Hey, I'm doing the game rating thing again this year. Um, Before I get started at all with this list, I do want to say, um, as like I talked about in the starting soon portion, I did play more games than this year, but something that I kind of realized uh, during the middle of the year is like I played a lot of games that are like I played for like an hour or two and then quit, which like in prior years I would just put that in my favorite like DNF section down here, but I had a lot of those this year, like a lot. um, and I it was that, and I had games that I finished, but when I thought about it, I was like, I wouldn't even really have much to say about this game besides like I'd give it a five, like a four, five, six, and I'd just be like, this was like okay, inoffensive, and like that's it, and that's boring. So I'm not talking about any of those games. All the other shit is here. All right, we got some classics on here. I know. Some of y'all are looking at this list and you see some of these and you're like, oh, I can't wait till he gets to that part. Um, well, I'm gonna get to that part eventually. This is a bad transition. Let's get started. Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. Um, I like the start of these lists because I always forget that like I played these games this year. It really makes you like it really puts stuff into context. Like it literally feels like 3 years ago when I played this game, but it was in fucking January or late December or something. Um, so this is a game that I've heard people hype up uh, that are around my age that would have grown up with this in in the PS2 days and whatever about like you know uh, what are the PS2 platformers that everyone remembers from that era, right? Jack, Ratchet, Sly, obviously, and then you'd have some people throw in like the the Activision Crash and Spyro games. Sometimes you'll have those thrown there. Sometimes people will talk about fucking Gex and Croc. Sometimes people will talk about that Pac-Man one that they made a remaster of recently. I'm sure you can think of a bunch of others. And then sometimes people talk about Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. Klonoa is another one that got remastered recently. This one, I gotta tell you guys, this is actually pretty alright. It's actually pretty alright. I'm gonna give it a 6 out of 10. Here's what you gotta understand, right? It feels like it's in so many ways it feels like really jank as shit, which is like not unexpected for a game that's over 20 years old at this point. Um, but it's like the way it's jank is very charming and entertaining, if that makes any sense. Like you have you have a jump that is like there's no vertical acceleration basically. You jump and you like instantly go to your jump height for some fucking reason, right? So you start doing some crazy shit knowing that you just have your super jump, instant super jump in your back pocket. Um, and then you're just like movement walking on the ground is whatever. And then your thing is that you have different boomerangs that your guy throws, and then they have different properties in fights and in uh, trying to solve puzzles and whatever. I think I, I think more than anything, like the game is adequately adequately gives you the ability to handle whatever it throws at it, despite the jank. Like it's in such a way where a lot of the times it doesn't feel frustrating, except for like I don't know how else to describe this, but like classic 3D platformer bullshit, right? Like uh, one thing that I remember is there's an underwater level in this game. Okay, first of all, that's already a red flag, right? The underwater level. There's a mission early on where I was like, this game sucks because you have to search for for a bunch of objects around the large open fucking seafloor area that are like tiny little like barely visible shiny particle effect specks on the ground, right? On Granted, this game has been up-resed, but fuck, it's still like blends in with the background. And the way they designed this shit, because it's on the PS2, they can't actually have too many recognizable landmarkers rendered, so the entire map looks like the same shit. So you're just going around in circles, going on a fucking treasure hunt for like 20 minutes, looking for collectible number 1 to get collectible number 2 to unlock collectible number 3, which is the one you need to progress. And yeah, this is also one of those games where you need to get basically every fucking star in the game. I forget what they actually call it. But, you know, your stars, your power cells, your gold bolts, whatever, all the same shit, right? It's one of those where you can't just skip the bad levels. You have to do basically all of them, of course. But damn it, the game is just charming. I don't know how else to say it. It's like every time you get in a cutscene, this is why I wanted to include this game on this list, because right now this is sounding like one of those like 4, 5, 6s that I would just not talk about. But the cutscenes of this game and the voice acting is something that you just kind of have to experience, because like, okay, I think it was last year I played through Voodoo Vince, and I remember I made a comment about that game when I said, I'm not sure if this game is racist or not. Right? I kind of felt the same way going through this game, but then after the fact, I remember looking up and it was like, no, it actually was Australians that made the game. So maybe that's like me. I have to check myself on that shit. Like, am I trying to like self-impose and police motherfuckers that are just trying to like they're throwing every Australian stereotype you can think of right now is in this game. Like all of them. And the accents are fucking heavy, man. Fucking heavy. But I don't know. It's great. It's great. Also, as Tribal says, the Great Barrier Reef level is fucking horrible. Horrible. I did not like that. BP likes it though. Okay, whatever. I thought that was a low light of the game for sure. Oh yeah. Also, I would be so sad with myself if I did not mention. So this game doesn't have a plot basically 75% of the way through, but then they introduce a fucking dark tie doppelganger Shadow the Hedgehog type character out of nowhere, who is like actually raw as fuck. I was not expecting that at all. But God, I like don't even want to spoil it, because the final boss of this game is legitimately so fucking good. And that like Shadow the Hedgehog ass character has like the best moment ever. It was like raw as fuck. It was way more than I expected, considering that this game is like pretty light on plot and character moments in general. It's just kind of a bunch of banter that they record, which, you know, the banter's great, right? But there's not too much narrative focus in this game. But you get to the end and it's like pretty fucking sick. And I don't like it doesn't feel earned, but I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. And I think that's like what made me have to give it a 6, because I would say if you're going to compare this to all the 3D platformers of that era, I think above average is like a perfect descriptor. You know, like I think it's above the bar that I would have expected. So by definition, it's got to be a 6 for me. Okay. I liked when the dialogue didn't follow the subtitles. They also do that a lot in that game. They do that a lot. Yeah, yes. His name is Sly instead of Ty. That's right. Yes. I remember now. No, he's very good. He is very good. It's Ty, that Tasmanian Tiger. Give me a second here because I need to bring up something from my desktop that I forgot about. And I don't want to dox myself. Oh. People are going to watch that VOD and be like, what the fuck was that? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Look up the Smash CPU YouTube channel if you want to see that video. I already closed that out. Whatever. Fuck OBS. Yeah, the bird is just rambling sometimes. And you know what? Good on him, man. Good on him. I'm glad that bird's just rambling sometimes. Okay. Second game on here after us. I'm going to give this a 5. Okay? We're off to a good start. We have a 6 and a 5. After us is like, I don't know how to describe this besides like, this seems like the most me bait type game ever. When I saw this at the Game Awards, I think it was 2022 or 23. It would have been 22, I think. They had a trailer for this, and the pitch was like movement-based, large-scale 3D platformer with like, by 3D platformer, I don't mean collectathon. I mean like primarily focused on like literal platforming challenges, like very little puzzle going on. And the aesthetic looked like some kind of weird mix of like Journey and Shadow of the Colossus and like solar punk type aesthetics. And I saw all that shit. I'm like, all right, this might be a 10. This might be a 10. So I gotta try it. BP says RIP network error for me. I'm not seeing any frame drops. Hopefully it can come back soon. I played it. This game's like Super Middington. It was very disappointing to me. So you describing like why I felt like shit doesn't work, I think it's gonna be very difficult. Cause like, okay. So Shadow of the Colossus, right? Y'all know I like that game quite a bit. Quite a bit. We're getting to the 4x4 at some point during this stream, of course. Like, I think the important thing to remember about Shadow of the Colossus and about Journey also, which that game has been growing on me since when I reviewed that on one of these streams as well, by the way. But the thing to understand is that those games create a real call for introspection that is kind of core to the experience, right? Like Shadow of the Colossus, a lot of the reason why it's like it's gray morality and all that stuff works is because many of the events that happen are by definition so interpretive, and there is so much to unpack if you do or don't wish. And there's kind of the eternal debate over like, is this detail on purpose? Is this not on purpose? You know, is this supporting this other idea that is supported by this other idea? You know, you find yourself going down the fun type of conspiracy theorist rabbit hole with this stuff. And likewise with Journey, there is that introspection, but it's a little different because obviously there's another person there. So right, it's more of like reflecting on the nature of interacting with other people as you are progressing through something, and then all this stuff about eliminating language barriers and all that shit, which I've talked about before, right? But it gets you to think about these things because they're presented in such a way where it is different, and there are moments for meditation that occur during the game. Okay, so you play After Us. This is a game that wants to be a thought-provoking criticism of an I don't know, adherence to things that would make humanity go extinct. How a lot of the man-made horrors of the world are something that manifests into their own beast that persists beyond one's extinction, and they keep nature figuratively. I didn't say that word right. And literally locked away in all this stuff, right? But that's kind of it. And I guess that's my problem. And that's it. That's all there is, right? Like, there's... I never really had like a moment going through this game where there was anything. This can sound very mean, but I didn't really feel anything like super thought-provoking going through, right? It's to like you encounter a celestial beast that is of the earth, and it is something that is being trapped by whatever, trapped by man-made creations, and then it is freeing it by returning to nature, and then you do that, and that's it. Like I know I'm repeating myself right now because I'm trying to grasp and find something else that happens or any more that I can draw from it, but it's like it's taking the aesthetics of something that is that you could have a lot to say, but the only thing they are saying is like pollution bad, cars bad, capitalism bad, which like I don't know, no discussion of, which is weird because it's a post-apocalyptic story of like necessarily how some of these things link together, like root causes of what drives such behavior, what exactly encourages such ideas to live beyond people, which is again something they tease but they don't ever really say anything about. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I kind of didn't really feel anything going through this game, and I've been trying to put my finger on exactly why, and I think it's just because I don't think the game's like trying to really discuss anything. It's just like using aesthetics as a base and saying like, this is our world building, that's the story, because that's what Shadow of the Colossus and Journey do. but I don't know, man. Like it's different. This I feel bad that I can't really articulate it, right? But I invite anyone, if you are interested by this on just a morbid curiosity level, I invite you to try this game out. Maybe you'll like it. Maybe you'll like it. Or watch a playthrough or something and like try to find one emotionally resonant moment in this game. And they are fucking trying, okay? They are trying to get you to cry. They really are. They are really trying. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I keep waiting for them to get past the background detail and into, like, what is this game about? Whatever. Vivtex confused in chat. That's all right. Also, the gameplay is like, okay. They do the fucking zoomed back camera thing that I hated about Journey, except it doesn't control as good as that game, and it's more punishing. And like, the levels in this shit are long, is the other thing I'm gonna say. Which that can be a good or a bad thing depending on who you are, but that's just something to mention. Like, you would think that if you're doing a level-based platformer, you know, almost like a chapter format, how long would you expect each chapter to be? Because the answer is like 2 hours each. Like 2 hours to get through a level, hour and a half maybe. Granted, I am not good at games at this point in my life. So maybe if you're good, it's closer to an hour. But like, I don't know, man. You kind of feel exhausted at the end of that shit. So yeah, I kept thinking like, man, they have to be setting up something amazing. There's got to be a moment where I'm blown away by this game. That just never happened, unfortunately. So that's After Us. Just felt the need to talk about that. Hi-Fi Rush. Hi-Fi Rush. Oh my gosh, I've had so much internal debate this year over what I think about this game. I'll tell you what. There was a not insignificant part of my first time going through this game where I thought this could be a 10. But I'm going to settle on a 7. I'm going to settle on a 7. And you're probably saying, what the fuck? Let me explain myself, okay? I don't think the ending of this game is good, obviously. I really don't think it's good. I think all right, let's talk about a couple things. There's a couple layers to what I don't like. But first I have to explain what I do like, because that's easier. What Hi-Fi Rush is trying and largely succeeds at doing, right, is creating a game that is somewhat of a commentary on the early 2010s, told from the perspective of like a look into the future, as if this game was made during that era instead, but it was actually made much, I won't say much further, but like 10 years later, with the hindsight of like how to commentate on those general cultural thoughts and values that we had at that time and how they have aged, basically, right? So, in effect, I think what a lot of people know about this game is that it's nostalgia bait. It is. It absolutely is. But like, it's not without reason and without purpose. It's not without reason and not without purpose. Like, it kind of is trying to answer the question of like what were we right and what were we wrong about, to the extent of things such as, sorry that I have to keep adjusting my my bullshit, by the way, but I'm going to keep doing it. So, is technology going to save us? Is kind of the question that we are at in, like 2011 is probably the year that I've locked down where this game is supposed to be taking place, but obviously it's a futuristic version of 2011. Blah 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 blah. Hi-Fi Rush takes a largely optimistic approach to what is going on, which is something that is indicative of the times, I suppose. A lot of what's going on is medical advances in technology are things that are able to... Yo, what's up, dog? Shouts to Ty. Medical advances in technology are things that are going to be able to lift us up. Advances in automation are things that are going to help us live enriching lives, which is, if you're like me, you kind of hear a laugh track playing in the background as you say that, but I'm going to get to that in a second. And, of course, the aesthetics of everyone living for themselves, unrestricted, artistic freedom kind of oozes, maybe not even necessarily through the characters, but through the game and what it stands for, in a way that can almost be inferred kind of by its inspirations and the clear stylisms that are going into what's going on, the fact that there's so much of a focus on music going in the game, all that good stuff. So you play as your main character, Chai, who is taking down your evil corporation group, and you go through your hack and slash tower, and then you build up your cohort, and then you beat up all the bosses, and blah blah blah. And this game is like, I do give this game credit for being funny, but I think that at times it sometimes the way that the humor tries to transition into making like almost a swerve into like a specific type of social commentary that you weren't expecting in the third act, in a way that I think is a little awkward and kind of undermines both halves of the equation that they have going on. Because Chai's basically just a dumbass, right? He's a dumbass. His thing is that he's he's a dumbass, and he's like, he is. I'm trying to think of the right descriptors, because I was thinking naive. Well, not really. Lazy, not really. Unwilling to work with others and actually cooperate. I would say so, right? And that is definitely the main thing that actually at the end of the day, and this is part of that third act swerve, that this game is actually trying to criticize, because Chai and your main partner Peppermint are like basically annoying as hell to each other for the whole game. And this is probably one of those main things where like Peppermint is a character who has some relations to direct familial relations to the big bad of the game, and also the idea of Peppermint is kind of this tie to a past of the big business that was good. Again, more on that later. I'm trying not to just jump straight into that rant, but So you have Chai and Peppermint are bickering with each other, and then you have other people that join the party, but they basically don't matter. Uh, and uh, you end up trying to go through each divisional head in the company, basically. And what you find is that they're all kind of stupid. And they're all very self-obsessed and only worried about their own personal goals, their own personal ambitions, their own personal bottom line. And it is that self-siloing and inability to want to cooperate and see the bigger picture, I guess, is probably more so what the game would say. That ends up being their downfall. That allows Chai and company to fuck him up. And he's always got some smart ass thing to say. Also, Chai has a cat. A lot of people really like the cat. I felt like I needed to mention that. I'm trying to think of how to transition to what I don't like about the third act without sounding like an insane person. Okay. Let's talk about gameplay first, and I think I'm going to get there. So, this game's, like, a lot of this game is genius, okay? And this is, like, part of why I said this shit might be a 10. Because they were so cooking with the idea of like everything being on the beat. It's like genuinely incredible. It's something that like when you watch this game, you think it plays like shit, but it's because you've never played this game before, and I genuinely mean that. Like it's hard. It's hard to innovate in the video game space in 2023 when this game came out. It's difficult, but like this is something that people have tried. Like make rhythm-based action game that's, contingent on staying on the beat. But there's so many things that this game does to onboard you onto a new genre, which is what this is, that it's incredible. Like every QOL feature you could possibly think of, right? Like if you have no sense of rhythm at all, which like, first of all, this isn't fucking Mother 3. We're picking songs with stupid time signatures on purpose to fuck you up, right? It's games where it's easy to just like listen to the beat. But also you have visual indicator on the UI in the corner. You have visual indicator on the UI on your fucking cat that's next to you, 808. Yeah, shouts to Jaguar there. You have visual indicators on the background pieces and also parts of just like the direct walls and floor in the rooms that you on. Visual indicators, obviously, and your enemy animations as well, because they, not only their attacks, but also specific key parts of their animations are on the beat, as well as Chai's animations to help get you synced up. You also, when you are on beat, you get visual indicators that that is so. And if all that isn't enough, you can add a fucking metronome on the UI to just have one visual indicator that you can look at and not focus on anything else. And it's in such a way where you can always see it in your peripheral. And you could play this game on mute if you wanted, but boy, that would actually make the game quite a bit harder, in my opinion. The more you play it, I guess the more that becomes apparent. But so you want to stay on beat. What does staying on beat do? It gives you like a bajillion bonuses. Like you get your Devil May Cry score bonuses and stuff, your style meter. You get bonuses on a lot of your attacks. Like if you hit a combo, you'll get like a normal 3-hit combo. But if you hit your combo finisher on the beat, you'll be able to get another follow-up and get bonus damage. If you use your dodge also, you don't have to have that be on the beat, which seems weird. But I'm telling you, like, it looks weird, but once you start playing by rhythm, you start playing by sound, it makes so much sense. And if you do dodge on the beat, you get a bonus by being able to do like a triple dash, which is broken as shit. So you end up just wanting to do that all the time. Like, you want to be so greedy, and like, even though it would be safer to try and dash off beat, you want the triple dash so bad that you'll like wait until fucking 2 frames before you get hit until you start dodging. It feels so amazing. And then you have like certain attacks that you can only do out of like a perfect dash, but if you do like a dash that's off time, then you're gonna be out of sync and it's just gonna be difficult for you. You can still do it, I guess, but it's like it's more awkward. Like, the game becomes much more smooth if you are on the beat and every enemy is on the beat as well. So, besides just the like the monkey brain part of like I'm attacking on the beat and it's lining up with the song and the visuals are all popping at the same time. It's like I'm in fucking music video, right? There's that part of it, obviously, which is cool. But also, just as a gameplay function, it's excellent. It's excellent because what this allows you to do is when you have, you can have a room with a bajillion enemies in it, which they will often do. With a bajillion enemies in it, and you have like basically no crowd control that's worth fucking anything in this game. For what it's worth, like, you have AoE attacks technically, but they kind of suck and they're not worth using, in my opinion. Except your supers, I guess, but even then they're not really good at that. It's more like the single target ones that I always end up wanting to use. So when you're doing like a 20v1 every fight and you can't just like out APM them, which is what you would think in an action game, because like, you know, even if you try to attack early, it's not just that you get like penalized for attacking early. It's that you lose the bonus and also you still don't attack until the beat comes, right? So you can't attack any faster. You have to, you know, you have to play by the pace of the game. But every enemy also can only attack on the beat. So it's like everyone has their turn, I guess, right? And by listening to cues, because you'll have like an attack from an enemy that has like, let's say, a 4-beat windup. So you'll hear in your peripheral, even if you aren't directly looking there, though there will also be like a visual indicator that like there's a 4-beat attack that's counting down, that's coming towards you from this direction. You'll hear like, sorry, that was probably loud. But by the time that 4th one comes out, you know, dash, and I'm out of the way of that, or parry, which parrying is fucking broken in this game. I'm going to get to that in a second. Or you could, like, interrupt them and use your grappling hook to get to them, or, like, dash into a launcher, or whatever. All the, like, different action game stuff you can do. Or use an assist. I'm going to get to that later as well. But it's like you would think it's visual overload when you have all these different countdowns going on for every enemy. And sometimes it's not a countdown. Sometimes it's just a straight up like they're starting a big fucking swing, so they're probably going to hit you soon. They also do that, right? But there are so many tells for everything. Like it really feels to me like there is no excuse for getting hit in this game. And this is coming from someone who complains about shit more than like anyone ever. Like I never felt like it was my fault for getting hit by anything in this game, except for that fucking God, I forgot the boss's name, who is my favorite boss in the game, and what I was going to transition to. Mimosa's fucking grab is like the first time it feels like the rules of the game are being broken, but in a good way. But anyways. So it's great, right? And it's the thing about staying on beat and feeling like the game feels so freeform because like you know when the enemies are attacking all the time, which means what you can focus on, you can like you can almost just like passively look at the screen and like listen to stuff and kind of react to whenever an attack is coming, and then just like quick reaction, get out of the way, avoid the hit somehow. And so that lets you focus more on how do I get my score up the whole time. That's your number one focus, and also staying on beat, because once you get off beat, shit gets a little sketchy. But once you're like, if you stay on beat, it feels like it's fucking easy mode. Even though it's like kind of not, but it kind of is. Anyways, so they got something really special going on, right? They also, so this is the main portion of the game: combat rooms and boss fights. They also have platforming. They have 3D platforming section. They have side scroll 2D platform sections, and there's like little like mini game detour parts. I get why they have them, because just having like a 1 hour level that's all combat rooms is gonna get boring. So I understand, even with a combat system as good as this. But like, I don't know how to say it besides the jump feels really, really, really bad in this game. So you kind of don't like these sections, but they're there, I guess. And there's also like, it rewards exploration a little bit, even though it feels like it does feel like a 6th gen game in a lot of ways, in terms of every room is transparently a square and then a loading zone, but near the edge of the squares there's collectibles that you can find if you want to do that, but you do platform to get to those. So okay, it's not literally just combat rooms. I guess it does its job in that respect to keep the combat feeling fresh, wanting to keep coming back to that. I would say it probably averages out to about inoffensive for me, all the miscellaneous shit they put in the game. I'm not gonna lie and say it's good, but it doesn't like ruin the game for me. Doesn't the game have a higher jump if you do it on the beat? That's only if you use the jump platforms. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So whatever. And of course they have a decent amount of like different enemy types that you have to handle differently. Like, here's an enemy that has armor. Here's the enemy that has shields. Here's the enemy that has like a super like fucking comically large sword. Here's the flying enemy. Here's the enemy that spams unblockable attacks. Here's the enemy that just like does a bunch of quick attacks all in succession. That's to me, that's where it gets interesting. Like, they start introducing enemies in the layer game that have attack patterns that aren't just strictly always hitting you on the downbeat. Like, it still has a rhythm to it, but they'll be like, their 3-hit combo or whatever, they'll like mix in a like I don't know. They'll attack on the upbeat. To put it in layman's terms, they'll attack on the upbeat instead of the downbeat, just to throw you off and stuff like that, or type of stuff. It's great. Let me talk about the best part of the game. This is when I was at my peak. This is a 10. Okay, so you have this story. It's shaping up. It looks like it's going to be a very interesting commentary on, again, this moment that I lived through. And I know exactly what they're talking about, man. 2011, what the culture of the time was of, like, technology is going to save us. And it appears that is being debunked in real time as we go through Hi-Fi Rush, as a lot of the utopian hope for the future is something that's being unraveled once kind of the nature of why things appear to be the way they are is being exposed in real time. And this is a level where you go back and you see the actual history of the company, and you get some backstory for Peppermint. You figure out why Peppermint's been acting like such a fucking insufferable prick the whole game. Also, Chai's a prick too, to be fair, right? But we kind of know why Chai's a prick. It's because he's stupid, and also other stuff. But, you know, you learn a little bit about Peppermint. It's like, oh shit, I did not expect that to be where this character is going to go. This is very interesting. There's a lot of things they could do after this. I wonder what they're going to go with. And all the family drama and all that shit. It seems like everything's about to unravel. And then you get to the boss fight against Mimosa, who is the head of marketing, which effectively means that this is your propagandist, right? This is your propagandist in the world that they have created, and her things that she is incredibly self-centered and trying to put on a show of herself, and then you interrupt the show, and then you start the boss fight, and then you're on a stage, and then it's all theatrical, and then she's controlling the stage and all this stuff. It's really, really cool, and it's also really hard. It's like a noticeable difficulty bump once you get to this part of the game, and it does a great action game boss thing of like you're constantly getting taunted, and it pisses you the fuck off because you know every time you get hit it's your fault, right? I think this is when these games are at its most brilliant, because you'll see it like a new move that it's like the way it's presented by the visuals, it's like, oh, that was fucking cheap, right? It's like this is like the thing that I kept praising Cuphead for over and over a couple years ago when I was playing that. Like, you see a move for the first time and you're like, that's fucking cheap. And then you see it for the second time and it's like, oh wait, that indicator was actually there the whole time. And that actually wasn't cheap. I just panicked, and so I got hit, right? Like, that type of stuff is really cranked up in this fight. And a lot of the tactics that you may be inclined to spam over and over because they can carry you through a lot of basic enemies in the game. She has like direct counters for that shit, and you feel like fucking stupid. And so it breaks your brain a little bit when you fight this boss. It's very interesting. Very interesting stuff. And it forces you to play a lot safer than you normally would as well, which is a very different dynamic from the rest of the game. But I was stuck on this boss for a long time when I was playing. And let me tell you, man, after like an hour or however long I was on, I was like, I'm not kidding you. You get to the point in this game where it's like, you're focusing so hard on just staying on the beat that I'm like tapping my foot. Not only am I tapping my foot, I've noticed that like my breathing cycle becomes in tune with the beat, and I'm not breaking beat because you die and then you go to your game over screen and then restart. And then the whole time, like, I'm not even thinking about it. I'm like still tapping my foot. I'm still nodding my head, and I'm still breathing in and out, like 1, 2 in, 1, 2 out, 1, 2 in, and I'm in the fucking zone. A super flow state, man. Super flow state. And then I got to the end, and I'm telling you, I finally beat this fucker. And because I was stuck in the flow state for so long. This is like the craziest video game pop-off I've had in years, man, in years. Like, since, I don't know, at least since I was a teenager. And it felt like a genuine, like, physical release, because like a lot of good rhythm games, there is a physical element that is really implemented there in the game, and it also happens to be an amazing action game. So it's that moment where I'm like, dude, they made something special with this game, right? If a game can elicit that kind of reaction out of me, holy cow, man. Awesome. Unfortunately, this is the peak of the game. Unfortunately, this is the peak of the game, and it kind of just goes downhill after that. So something that I found out on my own after this boss is that, like I said before, parrying is broken. Now, how broken is parrying? Okay. So, parrying is, they give you pretty generous timing frames, and you know exactly when they're going to attack because it's on the beat more often than not. And, oh man, I'm about to, before I get into the why did I give this game a 7, I do actually have to take a break because nose is running once again. I will be back in a moment. Sorry. I'm back. Sorry for the unexpected pause there. Thank you, BP, for that analysis. So the parry's OP as shit, as I was saying. You generous timing window. You know every enemy is going to attack on the beat anyways. And by the way, even if they don't attack, there's actually not a penalty because the parry, it has a cooldown. It has a cooldown window that expires by the time the next downbeat happens, right? Again, to put it in layman's terms. So if you're getting attacked on the downbeat, by the way, even if you're not getting attacked, the active frames on this shit last for pretty much the previous and following upbeat as well. Okay? So if you time your parry perfectly, what effectively happens is you are fully actively invincible to like 99% of attacks in the game. And then as soon as your active frames end, you get to parry again. Can you see why this might be a problem? So, once I figured this out, the ending of the game quickly devolved into stand in one spot and spam parry and never try to initiate. So why would you do that? Well, you would do this because parrying actually gives you more points, more style meter than taking the initiative and opening with an attack. Also, if you land a parry, you get drops for your super meter, and you get HP drops back. And once you parry, obviously that gives you a free opening. So you get to start your combo for free without having to actually worry about the attack that's coming out. This breaks the game. This breaks the game. There's just no question about that. It breaks the game. There are, again, I say 99%. There are some attacks that do beat parry, and then at that point, you have to start playing the game again. But there's not a lot, man. There's not a lot of attacks that beat the parry. And it's kind of wild. So the game traps itself here, right? Because the parry is so emphasized early on in the game, because it's introduced to you and then they give you an extensive tutorial on how it works, and then they give you multiple enemies where it's like you can get their HP down, but you can't kill them until there's a Parappa the Rapper, Simon Says, repeat the symbols back type thing that can only be initiated by a parry that opens up that sequence. And there's a whole fucking boss fight that's like that as well, by the way. So they're doing all this because they want you to use the parry because they think it's important, and it is. You can't beat this game without parrying. You can't. It's not possible. But it's so fucking overtuned. Like, they want it to be overtuned because they don't want it to feel annoying, that it's like, this is a thing that is 100% required to do, and they want you to feel cool for using it. But it breaks the game. Like, it breaks the game. Nothing more to be said about that. And also assists, which assists in this game are so fucking insane. So you end up getting 3 on cooldown by the end of the game. I should explain. So while you're doing any action at any point, it doesn't matter if you're attacking, it doesn't matter if you're dodging, it doesn't matter if you're parrying, it doesn't matter if you're moving, if you're on the beat, off the beat. If you are doing anything at any time, you can press the assist button, and then you bring out your assist, and then you get free damage and stun. Okay? To give you a combo opening, or give you a whatever. A get off me, a like kind of shitty crowd clear, whatever you want. But the point is, it's damage. And, as well, when you have one assist out, that starts the cooldown timer for that assist. But you have 3 assists at the same time. So you can use one assist, have that come out, then scroll down to the second assist, have that assist come out. Then you can scroll down to the third assist and have that assist come out. And then by the time you scroll up to the first assist, you have to wait like maybe a half second before they're off cooldown again. And you have to commit to nothing. And there's like, it's literally, it's by definition free riskless damage. Free riskless damage. You don't have to engage with like anything that the game is doing. And may I remind you, you can do this while you're parrying. So you can stand in one spot, parry, and have infinite iframes. And then while you're waiting for someone to attack you, so you get your free opening off your parry, you can use your assists and tack from a distance and keep hitting them. And so much like the parrying, you can't get through this game without using the assists either. Like, you have to use the assists for certain puzzles and also for, like, countering certain strategies that the enemies are going to use. So it's not like you can just ignore either of these parts of the game, but it's the same thing. In both cases, they made this shit so overtuned because, like, they were scared people were going to hate that they were being forced to use it. But they end up breaking the game on their own because they're so broken. It would have been better if Chai said clever little sneak every time he calls an assist. I agree. He should have said that. Fuck Xigbar. Fuck Xigbar, dude. God damn it. That's an analogy I didn't know I needed. I didn't know I needed that. Okay. So that's how the gameplay falls apart. I have to give it credit because up until I found out that this strategy exists, I'm like, this is like the best action game in a long time. You know, it's genuinely inventive. It's amazing. So many nice things that I could say. But this strategy breaks the game. and you can't unsee it, unfortunately. So it's like, how much do I penalize that? Is kind of what I've been having to wrestle with in my head. Okay, so there's that axis. Now here's how the story ends. Okay. So you get through the Mimosa boss, which is like the best boss of any game in the 2020s right now, if you ask me. You get through that, you're on fucking cloud nine, feeling like the greatest player of all time. You're really starting to feel like they got something going on here. Then you get to the next boss, and then he sucks shit. He sucks shit. They literally don't have characterization for him. Beyond like, if I don't have my coffee, I get mad. Okay. Which is like, it's like Whiplash after you just fought the fucking the fucking head of marketing, and then it's like, oh, you realize how this is all coming together now, and why everything is lacking cohesion in such a way, and why perception isn't matching reality in such a way. And it's like, oh, the game now all makes sense. And then the next guy just has fuck all to do with anything. So it's like, okay. Then you get a scene where it's like, I felt like I like fucking blacked out or something. Like I missed a character arc that Chai had, because Chai's just like an asshole the whole game, basically. And then Peppermint has her moment where you learn a little bit more about her. And then it's like, oh, okay. And then like I can see how maybe this like starts a character shift for her. But Chai doesn't have that. But then you get to a scene where it's like Chai immediately has like a sentimental moment where he says, I don't even remember, dude. This scene pissed me off. It was some shit about like, it was some like fucking power of friendship type speech, which if you know me, it's not the subject matter that I have a problem with. I have no problem with power of friendship speeches, but it's like from a guy who's been acting pretty much like a selfish dick like the entire game. And then it's like, I don't know. I don't know. And then it's playing like sentimental music, and then he's acting all serious, and then stops joking around all of a sudden, and then he escapes like his prison of not being able to cooperate with others for fucking whatever. Like they probably. I hate it when people say this usually, but in this case, I really almost think like they don't want you to think about it that hard, or like they're using the fact that it's a funny game as an excuse to like, almost like they're making fun of the idea of the power of friendship speech in that scene. But like, even if they're doing that, it doesn't make sense because they play it straight. They're trying to have it both ways. Like, if they're doing that, then they're trying to play it straight because they keep trying to have a couple more, like, emotional moments near the end that would indicate that this actually was a change of heart moment that happens. Then it's like Chai becomes this selfless guy who knows how to work with others and knows how to work towards a common goal. And all that stuff, which, like, don't get me wrong, that's a logical conclusion for his character. Don't get me wrong. Like, I understand how the writers of the video game see that as the end of his character arc. But how did he get there, though? Like, that is what's fundamentally missing. You have the first third and the last third of his arc are in the game, but not the middle. So it's really weird. Then that throws you off. Then there's the reveal that really got me heated, which was that Peppermint's mom, who is who used to be in charge of the corporation before, and who is being told in the background the whole game as like, this is the person who built up the company and has been able to enrich so many people and blah blah blah, right? And then the game spends the first 2/3, I think it'd be fair to say, deconstructing that idea by showing that underneath the surface is a lot of dysfunction and a lot of fucked up shit happening to people in order to keep the wheel turning, in essence. And Peppermint has her moment of like, she wants to believe in the idea of what the legacy of her mom is, and she's going to see it a different way from everyone else, of course. But now as I don't even remember who is Kale's her brother, right? I think her brother. So whatever, her brother is now in charge, and then he's a fucking asshole, and everything's going to shit. And it's like, okay, this all makes sense. Then the game says, okay, then the game says, Peppermint's mom is a unilaterally good person, and everything bad in the company only happened once Kale took over. Which, like, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. This is like maybe 2 years ago or something like that. It's like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, you were so close. You were so close to, like, neatly tying a bow on a very interesting idea and having meaningful commentary on this time period. I almost, like, a part of me doesn't want to penalize this because, like, it's entirely based on my opinion and how I interpret that period of time, I guess. But, like, okay. The game wants to talk the entire time about structural issues that the company has, right? It's structural issues that lead to every person fending for themselves. Everyone is so siloed, thinking only within the reins of their own division and not wholly as a part of their organization and stuff like that. Because the idea, as was said in interviews, was that the thought that giant megacorps are some kind of nefarious beast is probably less true than the fact that it is of dysfunction, and thus arises the comedic nature of the game that they're going with. And so a lot of the theme of the game is based around being able to cooperate with others and understand the whole picture, overcome dysfunction. Sure. But you present that argument through structural issues that I simply cannot believe would only arise after a new head of the organization takes over. Like, at minimum, this, take away the fact that I just personally don't believe that. That is unbelievable world building. Like, unbelievable. It, like, completely rips me out of my suspension of disbelief. Like, I don't know. And again, after that, they don't want to play it like a comedy game after that moment, which if you did, it'd be like, okay, whatever, over-exaggerated for the sake of, like, trying to make a joke. But they're not doing that because they keep trying to have, like, sentimental, emotional moments in the last, like, 2 hours of the game. So they're dead fucking serious about this. But it's like, I don't know, man. I can't get over it. It's fucking stupid. Kale's a good final boss. I enjoyed the fight. And then whatever. You get to the end of the game, and then Kale's taken out of power, and then Peppermint's mom goes back into power, and then everything is honky-dory, and all the world's problems are solved. And And that's Hi-Fi Rush, man. So it dropped from a 10 to a 7 for me. It dropped from a 10 to a 7. I recommend that people play this game still, for sure. Even though, like, boy, I'm not a fan of the ending for a lot. Like, I got fucking worked up when I was first talking about it. But there's so much good in this game. There's so much good in this game, and it's so genuine. And like I said, it really feels like a new genre. They did something special with this. But game of the year, game of the decade, like people were saying in 2023, I don't think so, man. I don't think so. It does not stick the landing enough for me. BP says, you're just not thinking about Hi-Fi Rush 2 on the beach, where they revealed the old lady is actually the destruction entity, thus setting the stage for the game. Shout out to Hideo Kojima. All right. Stream's been going for less time than I thought. All right, let's keep going. Alan Wake. Alan Wake, baby. I'm gonna give this a 7. I'm gonna give this a 7. Do that. I'm gonna give this a 7. You know what? And that's a hot take, because every YouTube video I've seen about this game, the title's some shit like, this is the best 6 out of 10 I've ever played. Bullshit. This is the best 7 out of 10 I've ever played, all right? Let's get this shit straight, okay? This is a... obviously, a lot of the reason why I was interested in this is because Alan Wake 2 had been getting a lot of attention in 2023. People were saying, like, this shit's fucking genius. This is like the new step in storytelling. God. What's the dude's fucking... I forget what the dude's name is. Sam something. Who's the director or the writer that everyone keeps crediting for this shit? Whatever. I don't even remember his name. That shows how much I fucking did my research for this stream. Whatever. People are saying that this guy's the new GOAT. Sam Lake, thank you. That he's the new GOAT. The new video game storytelling go-to. You gotta check this guy out. Okay. This shit is definitely like really unique. I think like, okay. So let's talk about what Sam Lake likes. Okay. If I were to guess, well, I can't guess. And I think that's kind of why I like this game, right? Because there are so many layers of like fucking obfuscation of reality and fiction. And that's kind of like a major thread that is played with throughout the game. There's so many obfuscations of what is fact and what is fiction, and what is coming from the author, and what is coming from the main character who is also an author, and what is coming from the main character's interpretation of himself as a self-insert, right? So when there's an opinion that is presented seemingly from a like an up high perspective, I don't know, for lack of a better term, who is saying that, right? Is that Sam Lake? Is that Alan? Is that Alan's fucking alter ego? Is that the manipulation of Alan's desires by the fucking the book in the game? Is it a little bit of all of it? And there's always that play going on. And at some point, I think I just gave up trying to keep up with it, because like, does it matter? You know, like, I don't know, like it kind of almost exposed the way that I think about games. It's like he doesn't want me to do that, right? Because I spend so much time thinking like, is this the opinion of the main character or the opinion of the author? And that is like imperceivable, imperceivable in a way that I just have not experienced with a game before. It's like an invitation to say, how about you just shut up and enjoy the narrative on its face, okay, dumbass? How about you just do that? You ever thought about that before? And I like it when games find new ways to make me do that. So gotta give them credit for that. Um, I've heard this game described as Kingdom Hearts for people who shop at Barnes and Noble, and honestly, I really can't think of a better descriptor than that. I truly can't. Um, it's uh, okay. So Alan Wake is a New York Times bestseller who has huge fucking ego, ends up going to creepy lake cabin in the Pacific Northwest. Some supernatural shit happens, and then he ends up being like in a trance hypnotic state, writing in a book where everything that he writes turns into reality. He's a writer, correct, BP? So what he does is that like he starts writing a bunch of shit that would come out of a like a horror novel that is set in the Pacific Northwest stereotypically is something that is written. So once again, is the setting something that is being perceived by the author, or is this like how Alan Wake perceives the setting to be? And like, is everything that he's putting in, like how much of this is like direct influence of the supernatural thing that is controlling him, and how much of it is like, I don't know, whatever. Moving on. I'm swear I'm going to stop doing that every time I talk about a plot point in this game. But so he's doing that. Alan ends up writing himself into the book that he is writing in real time. Okay. So there's Alan version that is at the cabin writing in real time, and then there's the Alan that is written into reality by Alan. That has to overcome all the like stereotypical horror that is manifested by Alan himself. And then you have characters that are like near the end of the game, like once they finish this shit out, they have so much fun with this concept. It's like they're like yelling at Alan, "Stop thinking about this shit, man." And lines like that just like the fourth wall doesn't exist anymore. It's been absolutely shattered. Like you get to a point where it's like this becomes a myth that like characters in the setting are aware of. It's like, oh, it's another character that has the book. But it's like the types of details that they have access to, you're asking that same question again of like, well, how is this the first time that this would have happened? Or is this something that would have been written into reality in order to Alan Wake gives the main character Alan Wake a way out of Alan Wake's situation, which, by the way, is something that they say does happen. Like Alan writes his own solution to his own problem into the narrative, and then you have like the the Alan that you're playing as ends up becoming self-aware that he is a character in a book that is being written in real time, and then he's trying to like manipulate himself from beyond by like acting out against the narrative that he's writing for himself. It's a very, very interesting game. And it's also funny. There's a lot of funny parts. There's some good characters in this game. Like Alan's buddy is I don't know. He's just like he's like a great like ride or die kind of enabler but like he gives Alan shit when he's like doing stuff that's like too out of pocket, but like he gets himself in trouble sometimes. You learn to like him. Then you meet other characters in the setting who they have like some kind of awareness of the fact that they're in a horror novel right now. And so they're like acting accordingly. And then you have the people in the setting who are like fans of Alan Wake, right? So you and then within the world there's like a Twilight Zone fucking TV series that as you play, like every TV you go to in the game basically is playing episodes of the Twilight Zone. They don't call it that. They call it something else. Midnight Springs, right? And it's like every episode of Midnight Springs like spoils the game basically. But it's like the only TV program that people watch. And I don't know. I know I'm not describing this game well, but it's like it's a if you're the type of person who likes to really actively think about shit the whole time while you're going through a game, you want to give this a shot. And despite everything I said, this game is definitely not completely up its own ass. Like, this game is self-aware of like how stupid the conceit is a lot of the time. They're not afraid to go for comedic relief very often. They make Alan look like a fucking dipshit at a lot of times in this game that are funny. They have like the most like transparently set up action scenes just to give you an excuse to do something cool. Like ever, which again, is this Sam Lake trying to give you a moment of reprieve, or is this Alan Wake helping his self-insert? Okay, I'm gonna stop. There's like, okay, I don't know. There's so much to dissect. Here's the kicker: the game is bad. Like the actual game that you play is like, it's a mindless PS3 360 gen third-person shooter. Aiming's bad. There's like a sprint meter that lasts like 1 second and then it runs out. There's nothing really interesting going on at all with the gunplay. And there's like 3 enemy types in the game, and it's like a 10-hour game. And you do the same strat on every enemy. But it's not hard. Like, I think if it was hard, I would be more harsh about that, but it's like, here's how you go through the game. It's like, you get an opening cutscene for the chapter. It's a pretty interesting setup. Then you get to obvious encounter room number 1. You fucking shine your flashlight on the guy to make them vulnerable, and then you shoot them in the head, and then rinse and repeat for 5 minutes, and your brain turned off during this time. And then you walk forward, and then the next cutscene starts, and then it's like, you get jolted awake again. It's like, oh, fuck. How long has it been since the last one? Like, I freaking swear, dude. The game also, I gotta give this game credit. It looks very good for its time. This was 2012? 2012, I think. So, like, tail end of the PS3 360 gen. It looks very good. Looks like it could have came out a couple years later than that. And the soundtrack is absolutely phenomenal. There's kind of a crazy amount of like high-end licensed music in the game, and of course, all the music is very important to the narrative as well, and they know when to use it. That's Alan Wake, man. Oh, last thing that I need to mention, they structure the game as 6 episodes of like of like a TV drama, right? It's 6 episodes of a TV drama. So at the start of every chapter, they have like a previously on Alan Wake, and then like they have a montage of everything that's happened in the story so far, and then like you get to the ending and they'll do like a next time on Alan Wake, but like once you get to the ending of the chapter, and then they'll like that type of shit, and it sounds cheesy, man, but you go in and you're like, hell yeah, this is awesome. Like you're looking forward to that next episode preview a lot by the time you get there. And I don't know, like you see a lot of games that like try to be movies, but I haven't seen a game try to be a TV drama before this, so it's interesting. I think it might be older, but there was also a remaster. It could also be that it could just be that the remaster was good, also as well. Yeah, that's worth mentioning. So that's Alan Wake. Must play is probably too much of a stretch because I am giving it a 7. But if you're like bored with video game storytelling and you're just asking like, is anyone doing anything interesting? Play this game. Play this game. So, anyways, Persona 3 Reload. Um, 100 hours later, I can't give it a 10. I'm going to drop that bombshell now. I can't give it a 10. I can't give it a 10. It's going to land right here. So, okay. Persona 3 Reload is... it's so much. Let me start by saying this. This game is 100 hours long, okay? I'm at the point in my life where I kind of don't like playing JRPGs anymore, even though I like them so much growing up. And I still do now, I guess. But I don't like playing them because they're so fucking long and they're filled with, like, transparent filler, right? Like, transparent filler, and that shit pisses me off because... like, I feel like I'm wasting my time, especially if the game ends up being mid after all the time I end up putting into it, right? Like, if there's an interesting conceit to a story, I keep going, so I'm like, okay, is this going to turn into something, and it's going to turn into something good, and then it doesn't, and then 60, 70 hours later, if that happens, I'm like, well, fuck. I mean, I guess I had fun along the way, but, like, if I knew this was not going to be peak, I wouldn't have put that much time into it, right? This game like took over my life for a couple months, people. This is what I need y'all to understand, okay? This is what I need y'all to understand. The last 40 hours of this game, okay? The last 40 hours of this game out of 100. It was more like 90. Whatever. The last like 40% of the game is like everything is perfect. I don't know how else to put it. Like, everything is perfect. Starting in October at the latest. You could say September, even. Like, everything from September, October, through the end of the game is, like, zero complaints. Zero complaints. For that long of a stretch is, like, unbelievable. 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 Every game that I have given a 10 ever is not 40 hours long. You know what I mean? It is an unbeatable stretch of quality that they take their sweet time setting up. They take their sweet time setting up and leading into, and then Uh, Everything that happens afterwards, it's such a mix of like this is exactly where I was hoping they were gonna go with it, but then continuing to surprise you, and they keep introducing new things and new wrinkles and new like textualization for the stuff that you've already seen, and it's just unbelievable. There is such a purposeful usage of every bit of dialogue that they have in this game. Every bit of dialogue that they have is really progressing something to the point where you you can dig into this game forever, which is what I basically did. You can overanalyze the fuck out of everything, and my goodness, man, you get to the emotional beats near the end, and it's it reminds you that video games are good. Video games are good, a good narrative medium. It reminds you of the shit that can't be done in a shorter form story than this. Like it's 100 hours long, but they actually use all 100 of those hours meaningfully, right? And like not just in terms of like text, but they are aware of like the physical amount of time that one would spend to actually complete a 100-hour game. They're aware of the sense of repetition and routine is something that they bake into the core of the narrative so strongly, that it's like not even a complaint. And as an RPG, I would be lying if I said I didn't have my problems with like some things that are in Persona that feel kind of antiquated. Like I kind of don't get why this is a mechanic, but I guess this is stuck around for forever, so it's still here. But the amount of just like sheer QOL features that they've like plastered on top of things is really astounding, to the point where this is up there with like my favorite JRPG combat systems. Like, let's just leave the story completely out of it. And a lot of how they accomplish this is, ironically, not through what we would call traditional mechanics, but stuff such as amazing transitions to everything, hiding the ability to just like debug menu through every situation, essentially. Shit like that, man. Here's a good example. So you wake up in the morning, you go to school, and then you get done with your class, and then you're in a free roam area. So you have to choose what to do. So here's your options. You can just walk around the overworld, and then you can see anyone that has an interactable over their head as you can talk to them, or if they have a different interactable, this is saying, oh, you can talk to them and you're going to start a social link with them. And then you have another interactable that says this is a shop, and another interactable that says this is a side quest. So you can just walk around, you can find the icon, that you can talk to people, you can say yes, no if you want to continue, all that stuff. Then you have the mini-map that also has all of that on the tracker that you can see for the room that you're in. Then you have your normal map that you can open up, and then you can just scroll instantly through each floor or like section of the area that you're in, and then see instantly this icon here, this icon here, here. Then you can open up your phone, and then you can see, without looking at any of the maps, who is going to be available to talk to that day. And then there's a list of your S-links that are still in progress, or any other like random events that could come up, or any of that. And then if you select them, you can see where they are on the map, or if you don't want to do that, you can just teleport to them, Or you could just skip all of this, and if you know where you want to go immediately, there's a separate other menu where you could just choose what zone you want to load in and move past all of that. And I don't know. There's that level of like how much of this do you want to automate and how much do you want to soak in the environment for everything in the game. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's like overwhelming. Like it got to the point where 80, 90 hours in, I started complaining like I can't believe this game doesn't do an auto sort for my compendium for all the personas that I like fused once, but I didn't want to overwrite the fuse at a higher level because they had something different or some like super fucking niche bullshit. Then I caught myself saying that. I'm like, damn, this is the type of shit I'm complaining about with this game. This is the type of shit I'm complaining about because everything else that I normally would complain about is like just not here. Because actually they, all those little stupid nitpicks you've ever had playing a game, like I would like it if they did this, but I understand why they don't have it. Well, they have it now. Like they just have it. They have it. It's really crazy. It's really crazy. All the information you could ever want, or get rid of that shit if you don't want to see it. Very simple. All the ease or all of the soaking in the environment. It's whatever. And like, okay. Trying to think of how I want to exactly describe battling, because I would be lying if I said shit didn't get repetitive 90 hours in. It does. I'd be lying if I said there wasn't some absolutely broken shit. Of course there is. I'd be lying if I said I thought insta kills were good. That's like the main thing I was alluding to. I'm like, do we really have to have insta-kill spells in this game still? Do we really have to have a game over if the MC dies still in this game? There's some stuff like that it feels divorced from the embarrassment of riches of QOL features and seamless menus and amazing transitions and stuff like that. And obviously the visual and audios are on point. I don't think I even need to say that. Like everything you would imagine about like, what if they like took all those lessons they learned from like, the Persona 5 menus are so good that it accentuates the battle mechanics. Like that's not a joke, guys. That's not a joke. I can tell you, after playing through this, that is very real because they're doing like a lot of the same shit that they do in P5 in this remake, and hiding a lot of stuff through Flash, right? Covering it in all the glitz and glamour that they possibly can. All right. And to this game's credit, there is absolutely strategic depth, for sure. There's so much creativity that you can do with your party members. There's a lot of ways you can run it. This is a game that wants you to constantly be mixing up your party all the time. And you do, and then it's a completely different dynamic depending on who's in your party. All that good stuff. There's like real use that you can get out of take advantage of pretty much everything in the game. Something I will say is that this game trends certainly easier than I would have expected. Based on the reputation of SMT and of older Persona games, I guess. So it's the only reason I bring that up is because like I think that needs to be mentioned in the same sentence as like the game encourages you to use all the mechanics that are available, but it does, but it doesn't, because you could pretty easily actually kind of like face tank everything in the game. But if you're like me and you fucking hate grinding, which I hate grinding, you can get surprisingly far with skipping a lot of the Tartarus loop, which in a lot of ways isn't really that bad. Like, I was surprised, like you can get in the flow state of combat pretty easily. There's a lot of things that you do actively. I don't know how else to put that, to give yourself an advantage, right? It's not like just hit the attack button over and over again, not necessarily to that point, right? But it is just kind of like fish for weaknesses, cast buffs, debuffs, set up your combos, and like once you know your combos, you do it. But like a lot of what I think are great RPGs, a lot of your success is determined before the fight even starts. It's all in your planning. So then you go in, and then it's all just flow state dungeon crawling, basically. Get to a boss. Sometimes they're going to throw some bullshit at you. It's nothing ridiculous. And again, maybe a little easy. Actually. Like, because once you do figure out the systems, especially the stuff that they add in Reload, like the Theurgies, like those shits are broken. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. I never did figure out how to say that. But those shits are broken straight up. It's like kind of crazy. But you kind of don't care. like I don't know, you kind of don't care, right? Because if there's one thing that the series has never been short on, it's spectacle, obviously. So like a boss can be easy, but it still takes you 20 minutes to beat the fucker. So like you kind of just want to win on the first try. you know? So yeah, man. All right. Everything else I'm gonna say is spoiler territory. All right, we are talking spoiler territory for P3. If you like JRPGs, play it. Giving it a 9, because I haven't talked about why it's not a 10 yet, and that's all spoilers. All right, it's all spoilers. Okay, couple things. I think this isn't going to surprise people who know this game, but I think I couldn't give this game a 10 because the start is slow. But that is an incomplete descriptor of like what feels weird about the beginning of Persona 3. Because they, like I said, they take their sweet damn time setting up the latter half of the game that works so well. And so there's a criticism that can easily arise of like, well, if it's, I mean, that's just the way they're telling their story, right? If they're just backloading all the good shit to the end and the end result ends up being amazing, why is that the beginning of the game? And that's totally fair, but I don't think it's like, I don't think it's perfect window dressing, I guess is kind of what it gets at, right? Because when you think about the ending of this game, a lot of the stuff that people tend to not care for is the stuff with Akutsuki, the stuff with Strega, and I'd say the stuff with Pharos you could throw in there as well. Pharos, Ryoji. And if you haven't noticed, all that stuff actually has more focus at the beginning of the game. And it's not like they don't spend time on it, but it's like the time that they do spend is done in very, very weird ways. For all three of those characters, it's something where, like, I say three, Strega's not one person, but you know what I mean. If you were to look at, like, a plot summary, for example, of, like, what does Akutsuki do in Persona 3, right? Like, first of all, he's involved with the fucking Kirijo group, who's behind everything, like, unbelievably fucking evil, like, done unspeakably fucking bad, horrible things, ruining everyone's lives. Like, no moral compass at all. Like, everything is their fault. No, really. Right? Akutsuki is very much an important part of that. And not only that, right? Not only that. Not only is Akutsuki... like, okay. Mitsuru's grandpa, you know, who is given, like, he kind of snapped and then he, like, turned into a crazy nihilist guy. And then he wanted to get this idea of, like, what if we find a way to summon death and all that stuff, and then setting up the end of the game, right? So he has that, but it is seen as a, like, almost like a has science gone too far kind of thing. Like, not totally, but going in that direction. And then you have Akutsuki, who, like, he's just a sick fucker. Like, he doesn't even care about that. You get to the end of the game, he has no moral grandstanding about, like, what his motivations are. He just says that he wants to become a god, which is no stranger for a JRPG, but, like, in the framework of Persona 3, with the types of characters that are in this game, the types of subjects that they're employing, the types of scenarios that you go through, just to have a fucker come in at the end and just, like, not care about any of it is kind of like a brilliant idea to make you really fucking hate a guy. Because, my goodness, man, like, how can a guy be so fucking dense and unaware and just absolutely uncaring about anything? Uncaring about anything in such a fucking perverse way. So you think, you know, you see that on paper, and by the way, like, I don't know, the things that he personally did to Strega as well, but I'm going to get into that in a second. But, like, and everything that he does to the party, obviously, like, he gets Ken involved, he gets Koromaru involved, he gets you involved, all that shit. All of it for what? He, you know, the thing that he does with Aigis, and what for? What for him? So fuck that guy. But then you actually get to the scene where it's like Akutsuki turns on you, which a lot of people figure out that he's kind of a weird guy fairly early on. But it's like there's no like in plot tell. It's more of a meta narrative tell that, like, something's kind of weird with this guy, until they gave you one, like, very big in plot tell actually early on, which, if you're like me and you're looking for that, you're like, was this scene supposed to be here? Yes, it was. But other than that, you know, he's kind of a guy that's on DL, and then it happens, and then it's something that makes sense not because of things that he's done in the plot, but because of, like, the types of words that he uses in his dialogue, which is something that you really gotta give this game credit for. But you get to the actual scene where you encounter him near the end of the game, and everyone that plays this game kind of agrees that it kind of sucks, right? Like, it's you get to the moment of, like, Akutsuki turns on you. It's like, bam, I fucking knew it. They set that up pretty decently well in terms of, like, a meta-narrative mystery aspect. I get it. Now what are they going to do with the character? And the answer is the next scene that you see him in, he kills himself. So you might be saying at this point, I thought you were criticizing the beginning of the game. Why are you talking about the scene with Akutsuki at the end? Well, because they wrote themselves into a corner. Because the thing is, with Akutsuki, that what happens in the plot at this point, he has to die as soon as he turns on you. Because, I guess he doesn't. But if you want to have, Aigis have the role in the game that she does, which, like, she should, then he has to die in the next scene. So Akutsuki tries to explain everything all at once and unveils everything that I just said is like that plot synopsis type wall of text, how he doesn't care about anything and he wants to be a god, and then he dies. It's like almost there's no time. Okay. It's like there's no time to soak it in, but I think the problem actually is Akutsuki's presence in the first half of this game, if you might remember, is that he'll show up like Hello, Jen. We made it just in time for P3. So Akutsuki actually shows up just like intermittently in the first half of the game, right? And all he does, he just has his little, you like get little character moments out of him and all that stuff. But like, there's a lot of like sitting in the mundane that P3 does so often, in general, but especially in the first half, that kind of contributes to this. But like, could you imagine if Akutsuki maybe had like a more active presence in the first half of this game while we were still building up to like, and you know, setting the window dressing for all the like amazing character moments that the party are going to have from October onwards. All the while this is happening, it's kind of like build up for everyone. And again, the beginnings of the social links, obviously, and all that stuff. Could you imagine if Akutsuki like had a plot thread in the first half of the game? It seems like an easy lane for him, right? It seems like a clear lane for this character to become someone that is like actively participating in what is going on, so that when he does have the turn on you, that again, it does make sense, and you look at it from the plot synopsis point, and you're like, that's a good idea, but you kind of don't care, because who is Akutsuki? He's just some guy. He's just some guy that shows up. He does a lot of evil shit, sure, but from an emotional standpoint, you kind of don't really know who he is, and even when they take the time to talk about the Kirijo group in the aggregate and talk about things that they have done, they never actually really include Akutsuki in that. So what are we doing? so what are we doing, right? It's and to that extent, that's why I kind of say I think that's more of a fault of the first half of the game and not the second half. So there's Akutsuki, and I would say the same thing as well about what I also said for Strega is kind of the big one, and also Pharaoh / Ryuji / Death / Nyx and whatever. Who honestly, I have to give them a lot of credit for that character, because I think that character is very, very hard. It's like I am not envious of the person who had to try and write that character, Like Pharaoh's Ryoji death, whatever. I am not envious of that because there's a lot of complicated shit that is going on with them, and then you get to the end and it's like a lot of this stuff you don't realize until after you beat the game. That was definitely me in my case. Like I I wrote a piece. I actually should post in here when I'm done talking about all of these games about like how they pull this character off is something that's like you can really nerd out about, and how everything in this guy's arc makes sense as like the inverted death arcana if you look at it from that perspective. It's kind of fucking ridiculous. And then that's the actual reveal they give you during the fucking boss fight. Ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. So crazy. But again, what does Pharaohs do in the first half of the game? Because everything that I think people remember about this guy is what Ryoji does, right? And he can't turn into Ryoji until he does. Okay, I understand. But what does Pharaohs do? He shows up once a month. He says some cryptic shit. You know what it means later, right? But it's not the type of cryptic shit that like it can make you think about it. He says like early on, he basically says like, "Did you know that the theme of the game is about death?" And you're playing this and you're like, "Yes, I do know that." Yes, I do know that because this game's been out for 20 years. You know what I mean? That's basically all he says on your first time through. There's actually a lot more to it than that once you like get to his Ryoji scenes, you know, and everything after that. And it's like, oh, okay, I should have been paying attention to the exact words that he was using. But again, like, who cares until you get there? You know? Who cares until you get there? So once again, I kind of criticize the first half of the game for that part of it, because it's a similar thing where like there's a lot of cool stuff, especially once you get to that final boss, that you could miss if maybe you weren't totally paying attention to the things that Pharaohs is saying when you're at that point in the game. So and this is almost the same problem as Jem was saying with Ikutsuki. Maybe the problem is they didn't want to give away what was going to happen. I kind of think they had the same thing going on here. Like they were, it's like a difficult criticism, because the more that I say this, the more I kind of back into like, does the first half of the game have to feel like a slog that you're being kind of dragged through just with the hopes of the second half being good in order for the second half to be good? You know, and I've settled on no, obviously. But I think that's what they were thinking. I think that's what they were thinking in a lot of ways. That's kind of the simplest way I could put that. You know, trying to think of some other things. Also, like the early social links in this game. This is maybe fair is the word I'm going to use. I think more fair maybe to criticize some of this stuff, because like when you think about the first couple months of the game, right? Like what are the first impressions that you get in that first semester? The S links that you're doing, fucking Kenji, the track guy, Yuko, she's all right. Can't do any of your party members till the very end of the game, of course. Like who are the cool ones that we remember? Like Tanaka, you have to wait for him. You can't do the drunk monk. You can't do fucking the star until late. You can't do Akinari. Yeah, yeah, don't forget about the Gourmet King. That's right. Like almost universally, the second semester ones are like way better. Yeah, Bebe carries. Bebe carries for sure. So you're waiting. And kind of all you have is you kind of just have to have faith in the game. And because, like I said, a lot of the seemingly meaningless dialogue that you have with your party early on in the game is stuff that does matter. So what you have is just like kind of a hope that the plot's going to pick up, and then you're thinking, where is this character going to go? And like they use so much out of their time, and obviously the S-Links, there's stuff to unpack there, but the plot structure that they have. Here's a segue called I don't have a name for it, okay? I don't have a name for it. I'm sorry. I set you up for disappointment there. But the structure of like collect the 8 gym badges and then go to the event where you can beat the game is fucking stupid. I hate it. Because why do I care about gym badges 1 through 7, right? This is the first 60% of Persona 3. Why do I care about shadows 1 through 11 that I'm killing? Right? And they like hardly even give you a fucking setup for these guys at all. It's like a cutscene right before you fight them, right? Like, and that's about it, man. Like the whole month while you're waiting for the next full moon to come, it's like you got S-Links, and then you've got like chatting it up in the dorm, and that's it. And you're kind of wasting time. You're wasting time. This is where I transition into the themes. Okay. The clock motif is very good. I am never gonna forget the moment where it all kind of clicked for me, because I came to this after playing Persona 4, so I was kind of taking a lot of like tropes of the series for granted and stuff like that. But like things all started to kind of slip into place around, I don't remember when, but sometime in second semester, and I was like, oh shit. There's everything with all the fucking clocks and focus on time and saying time. Like, oh yeah, this is a fucking calendar-based video game, isn't it? Right. Isn't this a game where like time is like literally a resource? And there's this like push and pull of being efficient with your time, but also like having the real expression to do whatever you want. And there's like a lingering anxiety of things that will happen in the future, but there's living in the now is very much the point of what's going on. And this is stuff that is throughout Persona 3 through 5, obviously, but I think I said it during the stream while I was at the ending. I'm like, this actually makes a lot more sense in this game compared to P4 and P5. Like, it really does, And then so much of this game is like what you think in the week after you beat it. And just the thought of like, did I do my run through this long ass 100-hour RPG where I felt like this really became a part of my life? And this is kind of what I mean by like they use the actual physical passage of time for a long video game very well. Like there's a sense of like, oh, there's so much commitment to everything that is going on, and this was such a big part of my routine for this period of my life, and like, oh, these things that I did that were spontaneous were cool, but also like, oh, there's an opportunity cost here. Like I wasn't able to do this. Did I do that correctly? And then it's like, oh yeah, this is kind of a game about life decisions, isn't it? It's about like finding a way to live your life in such a way and come to terms with those types of decisions. So I give this game a lot of credit for that. A lot of credit for that, actually. And it's maybe too much credit, because this is all stuff that when I played P4 for the first time, which is my first Persona, I was like, these are kind of like genius gameplay mechanics in a lot of ways. And I was kind of gushing about it there, and I was so used to just how it worked by the time I got to P3 that I don't know, I was taking a lot of that for granted almost. But, I have to consider that chronologically this game did come out first in the series. So imagine this is the first time all this stuff is being introduced, and it integrates itself into the narrative that fucking well. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff, man. Really is. Amazing stuff. The opportunity cost of, seemingly meaningless choices that ultimately can evolve into aesthetics a lot of the time. Who do you go to the movies with in the summer on, the fucking third Sunday of June or whatever that is? Who cares? There is a min-max solution to that, but it's who cares? But you think about it because the game gives you reason to actually care about that stuff. And that's kind of really the beauty of what's going on here, is that there is so much effort put into the banal, meaningless dialogue, to such an extent where that is actually a decision, and that's what makes the whole social sim half of the game work, actually. And another thing, I haven't even really talked too much about the characters, which are very excellently written. Your party members. There's a lot to talk about, but how deep do I want to go down this rabbit hole? I guess while I'm on this topic, right? Akihiko is my favorite character in the game. He's so fucking cool. He is so fucking cool. His demeanor and the way he goes about things, and the things that he overcomes, and especially his new Reload Linked episode is incredible. That's the type of shit where I'm I cannot believe this was not in the game at first, because the amount of depth it adds to what he does is amazing. So you get to the last month of the game, and the bomb has been dropped. The world is going to end, and you can't do anything about it. So what are you going to do, right? And there's a shock and response that everyone's going through. And at the same time, there is a side plot going on at school, which I kind of didn't get it at the time. Maybe this is a cultural difference or whatever. In hindsight, I'm okay, I see what they're saying, but whatever. At the time, I was what? I don't get it. Where the school, one of the teachers or the counselor or whoever calls you in and is what is your career path that you're going towards? And then in my head, I'm I don't fucking know. I'm what am I in this game? 15, 16? What do you mean, what is my fucking job gonna be? Who the fuck knows that at their point in their lives? Maybe that's where the cultural difference comes in, okay? But that's how I was thinking. So I was I don't know. And then the game was kind of scolding me for that answer. And it was basically what, don't you have any plans for your life? And I'm well, that's not what I said. I said, I don't know what my career is going to be. Anyways. what made that make sense to me is because, like a lot of things in Persona 3, there'll be a banal, meaningless idea that one character brings up, and then the thread gets connected over here into something that's cool, and then it's like, oh, it was all connected. Okay. Akihiko, near the end of the game, it's like you're going to fight the final boss in like a week or something. And you ask him, so what are you doing right now? And then Akihiko's like, oh, I'm studying for finals. And you're like, why? And then he's just like, well, we're gonna win. So once we're done, I need to make sure I do well on my exams. And then he expands on that, and he's like, I forget. I think it's someone else asked the question of like, if we die and you spent the last week of your life just studying for exams, is that something that you would regret? And then he's like, no, because I'm living life in a way that makes sense to me and that I believe is like me living true to myself and something that I would want to do under the assumption that like life is going to continue on. Like I adhered to what I wanted to do and not living under the idea of impulses. And that's really cool. You know, that's really cool. And I have to give them credit for this because think about the time period this game came out. This was like peak YOLO period, was just a couple years after this. You know what I mean? Like the idea that your life is incomplete if you are not doing exactly that. Totally giving into your impulses to have crazy experiences. And I'm not saying that's bad, obviously, to broaden your horizons and go through new experiences, but the idea of having a of this could be a dramatic word, right? But being a slave to FOMO, that is not necessarily like living true to yourself, right? There's a tendency certainly to think that like maybe that is a myself that just has not been found yet, and maybe that's true, but there is a certain level of peace of being able to say that whatever path that I am currently on, maybe I do get run over by a bus tomorrow, right? But do I actually have any reason to regret the way that I lived before that? Because to my knowledge, to everything that I knew, I'm confident that my path was correct. It is something that aligns with my values. And something bad happened to happen. So why would I have any regret about that? You know? It's not like you're gonna remember any FOMO shit that you did like as you die, you know? You would remember that you lived the way you want to. And maybe the way that you want to live is by being impulsive every day, is by having a new adventure of the day, you know? Maybe you think that is your meaning for life. Sure. But if it's not, then you don't need to do that. And I think that's like something that is very under-discussed in modern or contemporary. I don't know what the proper word would be. I guess those are mostly synonyms, right? When art from the past number of years, right? Something that I think is kind of under-discussed. And oddly under-discussed, again, like from this era, the YOLO era. So, shout out to Akihiko. That's very cool. Living your life with regrets is for suckers, actually. This game's very good. I think that's like... that scene's very good, and then the other Akihiko scene is obviously him in the freaking auditorium at crying over Shinji's casket, man. Like that is the best scene in the game for certain. Best scene in the game for certain. I think I needed to like put the game down for a while after that because I couldn't keep going because that was too fucking good. Yeah. Really good. There's a lot of like they're not afraid to there's a lot of jokes you can make about like how every character in this game has some like fucking unspeakably horrible trauma that they go through, and then everyone has fucking family issues and all that stuff. Uh, even on a first playthrough, you certainly make the observation after a while. But it's another thing where I don't care because the game's not just using aesthetics for the sake of like cheap emotional appeal. They're using it as set dressing to make characters that work within a certain constraint and make a certain point. And so I like it, like it's important that Mitsuru comes from a family of like the worst fucking people on earth. Like that is important, that is something that drives what her character does. And it's different from the types of family issues that say Yukari has, that Ken has, fucking everyone has, so I don't know. They struck a good balance, I guess is the point I'm trying to get at. That like it's different because they have different trauma responses. They have different ways of socializing, and they very explicitly don't mix well at the beginning, which is interesting because it's most of the interesting part of the first half of the game. All that tension that is driven between Yukari and Mitsuru, between Yukari and Junpei, all that stuff. And I don't know. And then it's like I don't want to be stuck here for another hour. I think I have to find a transition out of here before I talk about every single character in the game. But yeah, dude. I think what's commendable about this game, and I know this is something that I said when I streamed playing through the ending, was like again, plot synopsis versus reality. So this kind of the pattern of like a plot synopsis of this game seems like seems very of the era in a bad way almost. Like it's edgy, stupid, using violent, dark imagery for emotional appeal, and trying to use it as a backdrop to make it seem like it's something that is deeper than it actually is. But the magic really is in how the individual dialogue is written, because it is these because like yes, it is like a darker, macabre aesthetic or whatever, but this is really the beauty of Persona. It digs deep into the psychology of how and why, and discusses it from that lens, and what is to be done, and all these sorts of things, right? And has player interaction be in such a way where you must interact with all the different perspectives of the world and all that stuff, man. And the game totally nails it. And it does all come down to the dialogue being good. It's the most important thing, man, because a lot of these most important scenes in the game don't sound cool when you describe them. I know, like, I'm just repeating myself. I literally just said that, but like, it doesn't sound cool, but trust me, dude. Like, you play this and you're transported back in time to, like, you know what? I can see myself playing this shit on my CRT, you know, listening to MCR and saying hell yeah. You truly can. This is an emo classic, Persona 3. Great video game. Okay. I'm going to take a short water break after that, and then I'll be back with Guilty Gear. Gang, gang. Yup. All right, Guilty Gear. I have less to say about this, but that's just simply because. Whoops. Whoopsie. Oop. It's gonna be a 9. I have less to say simply because I am bad at fighting games, as we know. Okay, I'm bad at fighting games. I'm not going to sit here and pretend right now that I can do a serious mechanical analysis of Strive. However, here's what I can tell you. All right, I'm bad at fighting games. Repeating myself. Strive is an honest to goodness game that some fucking dipshit like me can pick up and have fun with. And not in the sense of, you know, this is kind of what fighting games have been chasing for the past 10 years. So whenever someone tries to pitch me on like, oh, this is a fighting game that's you know, good for people that aren't trying to grind tech, I'm like, okay. You know, I've heard this one before, right? You know, people used to say that about fucking Persona 4 Arena back in the day. I think that's the first time I heard that, right? Like, people have been saying that shit forever. I think this, like, that actually is this game, guys. This game actually is that. You know, the move list is not ridiculous, and I've always said that I think that's the biggest, like, the biggest thing. The move list is not ridiculous. It's like you've got quarter circles, half circles, shoryus, and like that's it. straight up, man. And I don't know. They're like, there's really good UI design in this game, in my opinion, and like a lot of mechanics that you haven't seen before. So it's like stuff is like something will happen, and there's almost never a moment of like, what was that? It's everything is so explosive, and you see like what meter shit is coming from, and you're like, okay, like it's. I get like it's a meme, right? But every time you hear counter, there's actually a point to that. There's an actual like that is a QOL feature for noobs, because otherwise you're asking what the fuck just happened. Well, what happened is you got countered. That's what happened. So it's like, okay, you learn by playing that type of stuff like that. So, definitely gotta be a plus for that. Yeah, the combo numbers, yes. The combo numbers are comically huge in the background. I remember people clowned on that when screenshots came out for that, but that's actually kind of genius, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's actually kind of genius. It's actually kind of genius. It's it beats having it be a small fucking number in the corner, because if you're looking at the corner, what are you not looking at? The game, guys. Like, it's everything encourages you to look actively at the game and learn by playing, which everyone says is like the most fun part of playing fighting games and a lot of competitive games, but it's not. The game doesn't actually lead you into doing that more often than not, especially something with a design, a brick wall grind barrier like fighting games typically have, right? So you gotta give credits to Strive for that. I gotta say the lobby system is like horrible. Is really, 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 really bad, and like that is noticeable immediately. Like I know fighting game lobbies have been worse than this, but it's like really not good, man. It's kind of distracting. It should not be this hard to just like run basic lobbies. I don't know. It like just to do a simple rotation with like 3 people that I already know. How can so many things possibly go wrong? How can so many things go wrong? And you need to know how to troubleshoot this, and this. I don't understand. Yeah, and again, I'm not really good at the game, so I don't have much more to say. I haven't played the game since there's that one patch that came out a couple months ago, and then everyone was like, they ruined the game, or whatever. So my friend group that I was playing this with hasn't touched the game since then, so I don't know if they actually ruined the game or not. But yeah, I don't know. Like, clear rock, paper, scissors type of relationships, clear explanation of how the mechanics work, generous buffer system. Some people are going to say that's a negative. I say those people are insane. Small move list. Pretty, like, universal inputs on every character for the most part. Moves that are generally intuitive and the types of properties that they have. And perhaps most importantly, the game's actually fun and it's satisfying to hit moves. So, yeah, man, there's not really much more that I would ask for out of my fighter that I'm trying to pick up so that I can beat my friends. So, yeah, gotta give credits to Strive for this one. You know, and the should also mention this is my first time actually playing Guilty Gear, so it was my first exposure to a lot of the characters and stuff. I did find myself very much enjoying a lot of the character designs as well. And I don't care what anyone says, aesthetics are very important in fighting games and sound, obviously. There's a very distinct sound palette that Guilty Gear has that you notice immediately. And they nailed the feel that they're going for. You learn to love and hate these guys very quickly, I, I, like many people, had a moment in time where I found myself very much enjoying playing as Mei, primarily because the dolphin pisses people off, right? Right? It's not the move, it's it's the sound effect of the dolphin coming out. It's spamming that shit over and over again, And when you're in the room, yes, that's right, Jim. When you're in the room with someone while you're doing that and they want to fucking beat your ass, that's what fighting games are about, people. Very important. If you don't have audio spam in your fighting game, what are you even doing? What are you even doing? So, and shit like, I don't know. Stuff like, I forget what the move is, but like so many moves just have like crunch to them. That's very real. Like, fuck, what is that move? I think it's Ram's, like quarter circle back 3, whatever, where it's like, you take the sword and then she just lunges forward and fucking just like jumps forward and slams that shit down. And it has like 60 frames of cooldown on it. Like, you hit that move, you feel like you're the best player alive. That's all I'm saying, man. That's important in a fighting game, in my opinion. So, good stuff. That's all the commentary I have to say on that. Next game, Fortnite Festival. I only play Tekken because all the hits feel so meaty, truthfully. It's important. It's absolutely important. It's okay, before I move on to Fortnite Festival, there was an idea in the early 2010s. Maybe people still say that. Whatever. Maybe people still say that. I'm not exposed to that anymore. But there's a very popular sentiment of like mechanics are all that matter. And it was mostly a counterpoint to like that's the second half of the sentence of why do game devs focus so much on pushing graphics all the time, because mechanics are all that matter, right? And it's only the second half of that sentence that often became a more widely expressed meme and such in a lot of gaming circles over time. And I've certainly had my my moment when I believe that, but I think it's not until you play enough games that like actually really don't have good visual design when you realize how important that is. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, it's actually, this is actually a perfect lead-in to Fortnite Festival, so maybe I should talk about that. Fortnite Fest, I'm going to give it a 6. Obviously, I was going to play this game because I love Guitar Hero and Rock Band. I think that Guitar Hero 3 is the greatest video game ever made. Spoiler for the 4x4 layer. It's been a series that I've gone back to over and over and over the past 20 years. It's always going to be there. You can always just pick it up. It's always a skill that you can work on, continually getting better forever into perpetuity, or not, or you can just fuck around, etc. I love classic guitar. Okay, So Harmonix, after getting bought by Epic, are getting their own Rock Band mode in Fortnite, essentially. And obviously, that's big news because that's the first Rock Band game. Yes, this is Rock Band 5, okay? There's some people who are like, that's not a Rock Band game. Yes, it is, guys, okay? They literally stopped supporting Rock Band 4 to start supporting Fortnite Festival. I don't know what else you guys want. This is Rock Band 5, okay? It's Rock Band 5, but it's stuck in Fortnite. Being stuck in Fortnite is really the source of like every problem that I have with this game. Most of them, not all of them. So where do I want to start? Where do I want to start with this? Okay. First of all, giving it a 6 at all, right? There's an intellectual argument to be made, and this is something that I used to say, of like, if I didn't have like a 1 game per franchise limit, I used to say my top 5 favorite games of all time would all be fucking Plastic Guitar. You know, it'd probably be Guitar Hero 3, Rock Band 2, Guitar Hero 2, Guitar Hero Warriors of Rock, and I don't know. Like that's the clear top 4, right? And it's like, well, all 4 of those are the 4 best games ever. Nowadays, I'm like, I don't know, because this is kind of the argument again of like, how much of me liking a lot of those games individually is like the fact that they are track packs for my favorite game ever in an essence, right? That they are expansion packs for that versus like what they kind of are on their own, and the other way around. If this was just a game on its own and it was the first time that all the mechanics of the series were being introduced, would I maybe like them better or would I like them worse? And it's something that I've never really had an answer to. But I think Fortnite Fest, I settled it in as a 6 because I can safely say I think a lot of what the older Rock Band games do well is not really present here. Like some of it is, and people forget that like Rock Band was a live service game of its time. Like they had weekly DLC. They pumped out weekly DLC for 15 years, guys. 15 years. They were still doing that shit, Rock Band 4, earlier this year. Like $1.99 for every. I think it was like $2.99, but whatever. You know, they had the same price for like 3 new songs every week, and they never stopped doing that at any point, even in the fucking PS4. So they are no stranger to doing this, and they just have to start relicensing a bunch of shit with Fortnite. And because they have Epic money, and because Fortnite is what it is, and this is probably the best part of the game, they're able to bring in some shit that they couldn't have in Rock Band. You know, they could have some big ticket songs, and it is also a good excuse to expand much further beyond rock and metal, and turn guitar tracks into what they call lead, right? So if there's not a guitar, then you'll be playing piano, or you'll be playing synth, or whatever the fuck, depending on what song it is. And this is something that they would sometimes do in Guitar Hero and Rock Band, but there is such a like rock and metal aesthetic tied to it that they were scared to do that, because they would like, I mean, back in the day in that era, like they would often get clowned on for like including pop songs in the track list when a lot of the times pop songs are good. I know that might be a hot take, not anymore, but from that era it would have been, you know. And not only that, but like fun to play. I had an FC grind while I was playing this game of fuck, what's the name of it? Chihiro from Billie Eilish's new album, because it had the Billie Eilish track pack when her new album came out on that same day. So it's like, all right, well, we got to get the FC grind on, obviously. And it's like there's a section where it's like it kind of gives me appreciation for Phineas's production, because there's a lot of like ornamentation that they end up charting on the song that you have to play, and it's a tricky pattern. It like actually tests your endurance and stuff, so it's fun. It's fun. Variety of music is good. People. Some other stuff that they do is like, okay, so Rock Band and also the Harmonix Guitar Hero games, Guitar Hero 1, 2, and Roxy 80s, were compared to the Neversoft Guitar Hero games, which are 3 and onward, usually took the route of like making the actual game harder, like smaller timing windows and some mechanics in the game to prevent you from playing sloppy, basically. There's a lot of technical details to that type of stuff, and some of these mechanics were probably not good that they included, or stuff that I didn't like at least. But in that sense, a lot of that has been preserved in Fortnite Fest in a way that feels good for the most part, which is a plus, right? And a shorthand for this that the community often uses is saying that this engine plays well, which they're probably not talking about the engine as in Unreal Engine. They're saying the hit window that is in Fortnite Festival. But anyways, the engine, as is the offhand that is being used, the engine's good in this game. It's you never really feel like you're getting robbed, but it reminds me a lot of maybe a slightly more generous version of Rock Band 2, which like in Rock Band 3 is like diehards will love that game, but it's like a really, really punishing game. Like, it's a weird direction that they went in a lot of ways. Like, you get to some of the hardest songs of the game, and because they have like a dynamic timing window, you'll get to shit where you have like a 1 frame window between every note to hit shit that's like 15 notes per second. It's like, what are we doing, man? Like, what are we doing? Who is this fun for? And then fucking whatever. And then there's some jank in like Rock Band 4 with lanes and freestyle solos and stuff that's like supposed to make the game easier, but it actually makes it harder because they fucking made it wrong. But I digress. So Fortnite Fest is a return to form from Rock Band 3 and Rock Band 4 in a lot of ways. Some people like Rock Band 3 again, but yeah, it feels like everything kind of makes sense, but you can't play sloppy. Like, when you play these games long enough, kind of intuitively, like, oh, like as soon as you strum, you're like, fuck, I was too early on that. Or like you're doing like a long alt strumming pattern, and then at some point it's like your hand slips and you're like, fuck. Or if you can like feel yourself losing the rhythm and then you start going too slow, you're like, fuck, I'm gonna miss. And the difference is, if you're playing like Guitar Hero 3, a lot of the times you actually won't miss when you do that, because that game's extremely generous. But if you're playing pretty much any Rock Band game, you're definitely gonna miss. And like Fortnite Fest is in a spot where like if you feel like I'm about to miss right here, you're gonna miss. But what it misses is the parts where like this happens all the fucking time in Rock Band, where you feel like you got robbed and like you end up missing, and then you're like, really, dude? Do I have to be fucking frame perfect or what? Like, like you still feel like you have it. Anyways, they get the feel right. I know I'm talking in generalities that can't be quantified in any way with everything I just said, but they get that feel very good, I think. And they have a lot of the Rock Band anti-spamming, anti-degenerate strat stuff that makes nailing a song very satisfying. They also add a feature where so you have like your normal note timing window, and then you have a smaller window where if you hit that smaller window, you get a point bonus by hitting a perfect, which once you get to like high score grinds, it becomes something very interesting, because like not only do you have to FC the song, not only do you have to have the perfect like star power pattern and get your squeezes and all that shit and time your activations correctly, not only do you have to hold your notes as long as you can, which all these things are things that add difficulty to actually playing the song, but there's also a like having to actually try and hit things directly, which can often work in opposition with hitting it at all and breaking your combo. So it's cool. It's cool. Good features. Good features. I am going to go on BRB and open up that image, just in case it's something stupid. Okay, it was stupid, but I'm going to show it. Thank you for this. Thank you for this, BP. That was awesome. Thank you. So here's the thing about Fortnite Fest, right? There's a couple, like, glaring things that kind of pissed me off and made me want to go back to playing Clone Hero as my PC option of choice instead of Fortnite Fest. There's so many big ones. There's so many big ones, actually. First of all, obligatory, the Epic Store is terrible. The Epic Store is terrible. I never want to use it. Why did downloads take that long for like 500 megabytes compared to downloading literally anything else anywhere else? You know, why does Fortnite have to have huge fucking updates every week? Why can't I just download Festival and not any of the other shit? You know, why can't I just launch the game directly and not have to, you know, have the Epic Store forget my login like every week, and then I have my password correct, but its stupid fucking database thinks my password isn't correct, so I have to reset my password, and then the password reset email doesn't work, so I have to have them send me another one, and then that doesn't work, and then I have to wait a third time, and then they send me it, then I get the password reset email, and then I click on it, and then it says, this link is expired, send another one, you know, repeat for 30 minutes. So that's the Epic Store. Good first impression. Then you get in the game. The way this game works is they have a rotating set of songs that you can play for free that changes every week. It's like 20 songs or something from the store that will randomly show up. And these are the ones that you can play for free. It doesn't matter. Anyone can play for free. You can have everyone up in your party. And then there's your selection of songs you can play. If you want to play a song permanently, you can buy each song individually for V-Bucks that are equal to, I think it's like $4.50 a song. Though, of course, you can't just buy $4.50 of V-Bucks. You have to buy it in a bundle and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So that price is not great. that price is not great. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I understand that it can't be the same price that it was in 2007 with Rock Band 1. You know, I understand that, but it's kind of not great. Because if you were to extrapolate this to $60, I mean, shit, let's do some math right here, right? Let's do, how many songs is that? 13 songs for $60. I mean, I don't know. 13 songs plus your rotation for $60. Like, when you put it like that, man, that's not great. It's not great. So, that's a deterrent, of course. And part of what this does, because, you know, Epic, these guys are smart. They know this. What that does is infuse you with FOMO shit. So it's like, oh my gosh, the song I like is on the free rotation. That means I have to play Fortnite, and I have to keep playing the song. And, you know, if you're a sicko like me, go on the FC grind, and you only have a week to do this before the song goes away. Or you can pay 500 V-Bucks or whatever the hell it is to get the song forever. And then you don't have to go through FOMO. All right, so... there's that part of it. Some other things, and this is what I actually led into this with. The visuals are very weirdly bare bones considering it's Fortnite. Like, you have your character that goes up there, and then they're going to be wearing your skin, obviously, and then you can emote during a break in the song, which is a great feature, obviously. But you can't even change any of the other band members, something that you could do in Rock Band 1. Like, you can't even, like, skins you bought, you know, you can't put them on your other band members. It's just like random Fortnite default guys that go up there, which is an unbelievable miss. I think, considering, again, it's fucking Fortnite, but you can't do that. They have, I swear they have to have less band animations than Rock Band 1. Like, you will see the same. Like, the singer does the same 2 or 3 fucking things with every single line they have. Same goes for everyone else. Like, again, I don't understand because it's Fortnite, but whatever. There's only one stage that you play on, except it changes when there's a new season, which functionally doesn't mean anything. Functionally, it doesn't mean anything when there's a new season. I guess it's like, you know, new feature patch. Oh yeah, and it resets the leaderboards, so you have to like re-FC a song every 3 months to stay on the leaderboard. That's another nice FOMO feature that they have. So a lot of that shit's really annoying. It kind of gets old. None of this really, like, super bothers me. The stuff after this is where it starts to get a little bad. Like, okay. The multiplayer in this, right? Positive, something that Rock Band did not have. If one person buys that $5 song, 500 V-Bucks song, then everyone in the party can use it. You cannot do this in Rock Band. So, gotta give them props for that. Okay? Gotta give them props for that. However, the lobby system that they have is, like, demonstrably worse than, maybe not Rock Band 1, but certainly Rock Band 2. And, like, why does it take so many fucking loading screens to get into a song? And why can't you see the notes that the other people in your party are playing? Like, it's insane. You shouldn't have to use Discord screen share to see like the other player's chart, man. This is something that got solved a long time ago. It has to be some fucking there has to be some kind of like desyncs that happen when they do that. It seems completely inexplainable to me that they do that. Like, I have absolutely no explanation for that. So, and that's something that's important. Again, going on the aesthetics, like, whatever. Like, we'll be playing a new song, and it's like, it'll be like, oh, I bet the drum chart for that is insane. Could you start your screen share so I can see what that's like? I haven't played the song before. Like, this experience could probably be a little bit better. Okay, so there's that. That kind of kills it a little bit. No true vocals. They gotta fix that. That's gotta be on the feature list. For Plastic Instruments, they only have support for guitar right now, and they did another guitar release earlier this year. They don't have support for and bass, obviously. They don't have support for vocals or drums yet. And you play it all on pad, which, you know, there's something to be said about playing a vocal chart on pad, just like using notes. And a lot of the vocal charts, especially because there's a lot of rap in this game, you know, some of the vocal charts are like hard also. So it's cool, but we need pro vocals. Come on, man. Like, everyone knows that Rock Band's a karaoke game. And all that other shit's secondary. So we need pro vocals, we need pro drums also, of course. And the game feels incomplete without that compared to existing Rock Band games. There's also a PvP mode, which sucks. Which sucks. They had like one big prize money tournament for Fortnite Festival using their PvP mode, which, first of all, desyncs like a motherfucker, because of course it does. But, you know, if you do get a stable connection, then once again, you can't even see the other players' charts, and it desyncs like a motherfucker. And the way that it works is if you hit a combo, you get a you get basically like I'm trying to think of how to describe this. Like, you know how you're playing Mario Kart 64 and I guess every Mario Kart, and you pick up the lightning, right? And everyone ahead of you gets small, and then you drive past them. It's like, imagine the lightning, the idea of like, you just arbitrarily like knock someone down the lead. Maybe red shell is a better comparison, right? It's a red shell, and you have no counterbalance against the red shell, right? But the red shell, instead of it going to the cart that is directly in front of you, it picks someone random on the leaderboard. Doesn't have to be someone ahead of you. It picks anyone random and throws a red shell at them, and then they just like basically just lose points and get knocked down the leaderboard. And you get more, it's similar to Mario Kart, I guess. You like get more chances to bonk other people when you're doing worse. Yes, it is a much worse version of the duels in Guitar Hero 3. Correct. Yeah. Which, by the way, no one played that shit either. Everyone did Pro Face Off. Where's Pro Face Off, Epic? Come on. Where's Pro Face Off? Stop fucking around with this bullshit. Like, they had that shit in fucking Guitar Hero 2. What are we doing? Whatever. Yeah, so that shit's bad. And this is the worst part of all. No practice mode. Okay? No practice mode. I get it. Most people don't use practice mode. Okay? But this is something that like in the sweat community, okay, for lack of a better way to put it, for people who play these games a lot, right now the hardest songs in the game are like one, because they have to put that song in like every fucking Guitar Hero game ever, Rock Band game ever. So one by Metallica and Paradise City by Guns N' Roses. Uh, both of both of which only really have one hard section that's like minutes into the song, and so you'll have a lot of players, and I've ran into this as well, where you know you play your 3 or 4 minutes to get to the only hard part, and then you miss, and then you restart, and then blah 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 blah. Which is, of course, if you're doing an FC, you have to do that. You understand that. That's part of the game. But in order to alleviate many of the restarts and also to understand what's happening, usually before you even start doing FC runs, you go into practice mode and you slow it down so you can figure out what the pattern is and then hit that 10 times in a row. And then you start the song and then you start grinding. But you can't do that in Fortnite Fest because there's no option to slow the song down and there's no option to go into practice mode. So you have to play the whole thing through all the way. By the way, this is also a time waster, and reminder, you only have this song for free for 1 week unless you pay 500 V-Bucks, and then you get to practice it more. So it feels a little dirty. Like maybe there's some licensing reason why they can't do this. But it makes grinding songs feel like fucking horrible. Like, horrible. Yeah. Practice, first game it was in was Guitar Hero 2. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, no practice mode is honestly, like, that's the number one thing that makes me not want to play that game anymore. Though there's a lot of things that are cool. There's a lot of things that are cool about it, sure. And I all the Fortnite fucking FOMO Epic Games bullshit does piss me off, as I've been saying, but I would get over it and suck it up because this is Rock Band 5. I would deal with it if the game was better. That's kind of what I want to drive home. Like, if the game was better, I would probably still be playing it. Because, grinding high scores is still fun because it is a Rock Band game and it's a good Rock Band game. But it's good, but it's not good. Because of just completely, like, asinine reasons. And also the game's always online because Fortnite. Which means that it's susceptible to network errors and random crashes and all that shit. And I keep thinking in the back of my head, if this was just not online only, the game would not have crashed right then. And stuff like that. So, that's Fortnite Fest. It's, they are making improvements, but it's going really slowly. Like, this mode's been out for a year at this point. And, like, there's a lot of basic stuff that's missing. This is probably a worse launch than Rock Band 4 was. And people really gave that game a lot of shit when that came out in, what was that, 2015, 2016? For being, like, incomplete, and they were still selling the game anyways. Hey, remember when we cared about that collectively? Anyways. But yeah, Fortnite Fest is like way worse. I don't know what it is, because it's not like Harmonix is like, they've proven that they can do it over and over and over again. And the features that are missing are things that have been in Rock Band for 15 years. So what the hell's going on? I don't understand. I don't think anyone really understands, but they need to make the game better before I play it again. And that's kind of the bottom line. Okay, moving on. Before I move on, I think I should actually fix my lighting because the sun is going to go down soon and I'm going to get caught yapping. So give me a second. I am back. Yeah, I lied. I said I fixed the lighting, but because my lights are behind me now, it looks shittier. But it's gonna be. I like it better than it turning into just like pitch black and the only white is coming from the computer because that's like some psychotic type shit. I guess. Uh, okay. Next game, Multiverses. Uh, now, attentive viewers may remember that Multiverses has actually already been reviewed on one of my Game of the Year streams, and it would have been 2022, right? However, Multiverses actually released 2 times, so therefore I have to review it 2 times. So now with me reviewing a second time, my score is going to change from a 6 down to a 3, and I'm just going to firmly put it in there. And I kind of think I don't have to elaborate on that. Because I could not have imagined how much worse things were going to get after December 2022 with Multiverses. I take back many of the nice things that I said about it. Fuck that game, dude. Fucking piece of shit. They... Fuck Multiverses, dude. How would it get worse? Like, actually, how? I've heard people say some shit. I don't know if this is like conspiracy theory or if there's anything backing it because I didn't care to look into it. But I heard someone tell me that like they made the game run at a lower frame rate because they were having network issues when the game was running at too high of an FPS. And I was like, there's no way that's real, but boy does it feel like it. There's no way that's real. But I don't have any counter evidence. Oh my god. Fuck Multiverses, dude. It's so to clarify, of course, obviously a lot of the reason why I'm moving this down is because they faked out. They did the shit of taking the game down in the first place. Even if they didn't demonstrably actually make the game feel worse in a lot of ways and like nuke everyone's kit and make it not fun and make everyone slower and make the game feel slower and all that other shit and keep all the fucking predatory monetization in. Even if they didn't do that and it was all the same as before, just the fact that they they took everyone's money and then they said, oh, it's a beta, by the way, is like, get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. I'm sorry. Like, I almost want to move it down below a 3, but I'm not going to. Like, come on. Fuck Multiverses. So, Next, we have Soma. This one, unfortunately, for me, is a DNF, and it's not because of anything to do with the game. This is, to me, this is like similar to a couple years ago, Disco Elysium for me was a DNF, and they took out CPU over CPU from Multiverses. Yep, very true. They sure did. Shout out to Catmaster Tony for that one. God. Guys, I'm trying to not think about Multiverses anymore, okay? Soma, much like Disco Elysium a couple years ago, the reason why I didn't finish it is not anything to do with the quality of the game, but because I kind of am not in the right mental headspace to be playing a game like this. And, you know, maybe I will be at some point later. But I think I got maybe 5 hours in or something. And I think I pieced together like too many parts of the plot of the game where like I was getting you know, when they said psychological horror, they were not lying. You know, they were not lying when they said psychological horror. And so it was a combination of that and plus all right, so this is a game where like you just have to run away from shit and you can't defend yourself, whatever, blah blah blah. So you have those sections, and then you have sections where you have to solve a puzzle by doing my least favorite adventure game thing of look around a room for fucking the one pixel they want you to interact with and hit E on everything until you pick the right answer. Which that was pissing me off in the game up until that point. But I got to a room where they combined them both, right? So the existential terror is already creeping in, and then you have the jump scare terror comes in. You have fucking the bro chasing you around an area. So you have to solve a puzzle by looking for a fucking magic pixel somewhere on one of these walls while you're being chased, while there's all the like creepy like environmental and sound design going on. And Azam's like, nope, I'm too scared for this game. Get me out of here. I'm out. I got filtered. So that's my experience with Soma. What they're setting up was very interesting. I don't want to say this, obviously, because I didn't finish it, but unfortunately, I think I figured out where it was going, and that's why I was like, fuck no, I don't want to see this happen. You know what I mean? I'm like, hell no, this sucks. But I might have been wrong about that, so whatever. Yeah, certainly an interesting game, though. If you're better than me in that respect, and you can stomach that, then definitely seems like an experience where like you would get a lot out of that. So yeah. Okay. Got 3 left. I'm not doing bad on time this year, guys. I'm not doing bad on time. But these 3 I'm going to be talking about a lot, huh? Okay. The answer. It's not good, guys. Don't play this. Don't play the answer. Okay, so this is another death by 1,000 cuts. All right, as Jem pointed out, that's basically what it was for Fortnite Fest for me. It's like, okay. So if you're like me, you're gonna give this like every chance that it can get to prove that it's good, that this expansion is good, because it's fucking Persona 3. Like, it just proved to you that like the first 50 hours of that game, you play through it and you think it's kind of mid, and then you get hit with a fucking wrecking ball, and then it's just like a 10 for, like, I'll repeat again, 40 hours straight of a game being a 10 out of 10. That doesn't happen, people. That doesn't happen. So, you know, this shit starts out slow. And let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Let's read into all the dialogue. Let's really suck it in and try and truly understand what's going on and get immersed, so that the ending, the second half, whatever, is going to hit me really hard. Okay? So this game is like a 30-hour expansion. The first 25 hours. The first 25 hours out. Okay, you get like a hour and a half to 2 hour opening. And then the following 23 and a half hours are straight dungeon grinding. I fucking swear. Straight dungeon grinding. It's not, no, they're laying the groundwork to set up something for later. I mean, at the most basic level, they are doing that, right? It's not, this is stuff that went over my head, but it makes a lot more sense after beating it. It's like, no, it's actually just fucking padding filler shit that, as I opened up with at the start of fucking talking about Reload, I hate that in RPGs. I hate that. The transparent time-wasting shit. And why P3, I thought P3 was so good, is because they didn't have a lot of that. Like, they actually make use out of all the 100 hours that they have in their storytelling. They really do. Genuinely. And this is like total filler. Okay? So that's step one, right? This is buoyed by the fact that it's working off the base of Persona 3 Reload, which is a good game, right? And has a good combat system, as I've been discussing. So, you know, mindless grinding with a good combat system can only be rated so bad, in my opinion. But it's something that opens up to the fact of, like, man, it helps you appreciate. It helps you appreciate the actual format of Persona 3 Reload. Like, it helps you appreciate what they do to break things up, and how the pacing is. You know, I'm gonna repeat again. Nothing happens in the first half of the game, but like, even then, they still pace things out to not have you instantly burn out on the game and keep you strung along for long enough. You have to really give it credit for that. It helps you retroactively appreciate that stuff. Okay, so then you get to what the actual story is about. All right. So following the ending of Persona 3, the game ends with Aigis looks over Makoto, says, "I will look after you forever," and then Makoto dies. So they have probably the most obvious follow-up ever, which is definitely what intrigued me, which is how does Aigis handle this? The one character in the game who did not obviously have a personal loss close to them that they had to get over during the course of the story. So now this is where she does that. Okay, bang. Good idea. Good idea. I'm sold. Let's go. All right. So, this is where I'm going to remind you again. 25 hours of nothing happening, which you could be using to dig deep into Aigis' psychology, but it doesn't happen. What you understand is that she's having trouble getting over it, And then she creates a shadow, which I'm sure this is explained somewhere, but like, why does this not function like this anywhere else in this game? It's like closer to Persona 4 shadows, but anyways, she kind of like creates a shadow of herself to like uh, suppress some of the humanity that was being gained from her, and that becomes its own person. And that's Metis. And Metis, if you didn't know, is Aigis' sister. Okay? This is something that's very important. Metis reminds you of this about 500 fucking times as you keep going through the game. Metis is your sister. People call out Metis for being annoying as shit, basically. People call her out for that. And then she has a fucking crybaby fit of like, no one likes me. It's like, okay, so is this the villain of the game or what's going on? Or am I going to like her at some point? So Metis, her goal, as I understand it, is she is supposed to be here to help Aigis go through her Velvet Room journey by like having Aigis get over her grieving process by like not having her reject the Metis half of herself, basically. Like, there's functionally, how that mechanically works. There's more to it than that, but that's basically it, right? She doesn't tell Aigis this because we have to have a game. Okay, sure. So 25 hours of grinding is done. That's basically it. Nothing happens. Aigis and Metis have the My Sister thing. And that's about it. Also, everyone else in the game, like, fucking is sad. And this is, I guess this isn't really, like, a point against the game necessarily. But, like, I mean, it kind of is. But everyone's, like, really fucking distressed in a way that just feels shitty. And almost like an undoing of the ending of Persona 3, which is, may I remind you, has the last 40 hours of that game are a 10 out of 10. So seeing that actively undone feels terrible. But you see like Akihiko act like a fucking douchebag in the first couple hours, and I'm like, this is horrible. I kind of don't like this. But I guess that's the point. But to set that up. But that's basically where we're at with the party. And then mechanically, what's going on as well is like, it's supposed to be the last day that everyone is living in the dorms, and they're all about to move on with their lives and whatever. And some of the people in the party kind of don't want to confront that fact, which my gut reaction is to say, isn't this very out of character for like everyone in this game, considering the last couple months of Persona 3? But anyways, then Aigis does a plot thing, and time gets trapped in a loop of one day repeating forever. And then they have to find a way to break out of the loop. So, okay, a little on the nose, but no one said Persona 3 is not on the nose. So I'm on board. I'm on board with that, but once again, everything I just said, that's the story for 25 hours. Then you get to what seems to be the climax. You find Shadow Makoto. You have a pretty fucking cool boss fight. And then everyone has like a fucking breakdown because like, whoa, that was weird. What have we been doing this whole time? All that type of stuff, etc. Then here comes Metis. Then here comes Metis. Okay, I've talked to Jem about this before. Online, I've seen people get mad at Yukari. People are like, "Oh, this is the scene where Yukari sucks." No, this is the scene where Metis sucks. Actually, like I don't really see Yukari doing anything wrong. Well, I shouldn't say that, I guess, but her reaction makes more sense than Metis, who, by the way, is Aigis' sister, and is trying to help her, and trying to help lead her into getting over the grieving process throughout the course of the game. And she's effectively trying to be an emotional backbone, but at the same time, like a vessel for Aigis to open up in a certain way that is necessary for him to undo the time loop and go on her journey and all that. So you get to the end, everyone kind of realizes that, like, being totally clung onto the past and onto an idea like this is kind of not it. Then Metis says, by the way, you could end the game right now and stop the loop. Or you could go back in time right now, which I haven't told you until this, literally this moment, which, what fucking reason would she ever have to think that's what Aigis wants? I'm sorry, dude. Like, the explanation the game gives is, like, she's testing her. I'm fucking sick of this in games, dude. I'm so fucking sick of the, like, someone does something fucking stupid and turns on their ally, but it's not turning on them because it's like, oh, I'm testing them. It's like my least favorite trope ever. I'm so fucking sick of that shit. I'm so fucking sick of it. And the worst part of it all is this leads into a tournament arc where you team up with fucking Metis, and she guilt trips you, actually. She guilt trips you the whole time by saying, like, you need to do the right thing, and, like, you need to get things together, and why are you mad at me? I didn't do anything wrong. Like, I'm not putting this into words very well because I'm just fucking remembering how much this pissed me off. Because this is Persona 3! What are we doing, man? This is Persona 3, and dude, alright. Jem, I already talked to you about this fucking tournament arc, dude. Why, dude? I almost don't want to go into it, but, like, it's bad. Like, the writing absolutely starts falling apart on its face. Not just from a, like, plot coherence standpoint, in a way that is totally shocking. Coming off of Persona 3 base game, man. Like, which I just gave a 9 like an hour ago. The last 40 hours of that game are a 10. Plot coherence absolutely goes kaput. Flies out the window. You get through a bad tournament arc where everyone turns on each other for no reason. And you get bad boss fights where it reminds me of, like, just classic Atlas bullshit of, like, oh, you weren't supposed to use that strat on that boss. Now they're going to spam Megidolon on you until you die. Oh, thanks, guys. That was really well designed. Thank you for that. You know, all that good stuff. There's only literally one path that you can possibly do to get through these fights. Not only are they bad, but, like, these awesome characters that you spent 130 hours with are acting totally out of character for the most contrived fucking reason ever. Really awesome part of the game, guys. So then you get through that, and then the game's still not done. Because then you have to fight Erebus as the counterpart to Nyx, which is another bad fight. It's cool. It's like an idea that I was kind of thinking had to be here after, like, you know, going through the end of P3, and it's like, okay, so they did the thing with Strega where they were, you know, it's cult leader calling for trying to get others to accept the call of the void and accept Nyx as their savior and all of that. And it seems like a very, you know, if we're following myth, a clear segue to bring Erebus into the plot somewhere as a manifestation of that, but it's just like left to implication. It doesn't really happen, but then they actually do it. But then it happens, and the way they do it is so, like, unless you've already thought of all that yourself, nothing that's actually in the expansion, I don't know. Like, they kind of call back to that, but in a way where I feel like it's not self-contained. You have had to have already thought about this. But if they're doing that, you get to the scene where it's like they reveal that, did you know that Makoto actually died at the end of the game, and they're acting like that's a twist. Which, like, yeah, if you analyze the game, well, clearly that's not, duh. Like, we knew that. We knew that. I don't understand. And, like, I don't know. He's actually being used as the seal. Well, yeah, the move he used is called Great Seal. Like, whatever. So they're acting like that is a revelation. But then you get to the Erebus part, and then it's like, none of that makes sense unless you were actually thinking actively about, like, a lot of stuff that's outside of the text. So I don't know who these reveals are for and what, I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid and this is all going over my head, and the answer is a secret genius that I cannot comprehend, but I don't know. It's kind of bad. It was bad. You know what's funny? There's a I should have known better, because before Reload came out, there's a video game podcast I listened to who they were talking about, like, one of the news items was P3 Reload confirmed to not have FemC or the answer. And then one of the people on there was like, who cares if they don't have the answer? The answer was fucking bad and no one liked it. Which was counter to what I was hearing online, which was mostly like outrage. Like, how could you not have the answer in the game already? And in hindsight, I definitely should have trusted that guy, because that guy's right on a lot of opinions. I should have known that he was right, and the general mob was incorrect. So whatever. That's the answer. It, like, it's not just that it's not good, and it's not just that it, like, it's you're not even missing anything if you don't play it, I think, is the best way to put that. You're actually not even missing anything. Because despite the fact that there's a 30-hour campaign here, what's actually here? It's all stuff that you could have just inferred from playing through Persona 3. You know, pretty much. Except for, like, a bad meta subplot that is self-contained within the expansion. So, as long as you act like Metis just doesn't exist, there's nothing in this. Um, so whatever. Moving on. Rivals of Aether 2. Okay. It's going to be an 8. This is going to be probably like the most disappointed 8 out of 10 I'm ever going to talk about on one of these streams. Because it should have been a 10. It should have been a 10. But it's just not. I wanted to will a 10 into existence very badly when this game came out. Very badly. Because for those of y'all who aren't aware, Rivals of Aether 1 is the greatest platform fighter of all time, and that's obvious. It was far, 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 far ahead of the game. Far ahead of the game. When it came out in 2015, in terms of breaking the mold of not mindlessly accepting a lot of Smash mechanics as just being good because they're in Smash, and like actively thinking about, you know, why does Smash metas ultimately devolve into degenerate shit that has to be legislated out of the game, basically, or, you know, it has to be power crept out of the game by something more ridiculous, which does happen in every Smash game. So how can we get to the root of this and find ways to keep the cool parts of Smash while getting rid of the bullshit? Rivals of Aether 1 is the greatest game ever made at doing that. Period. It's not even a question. And despite that, there's so many limitations that game has. Like, there's so many limitations that game has. Probably the main one being that, like, there is as there are with a lot of 2D Smash likes, there's a visibility problem. Not as much as some other games, but like there's a like animation obfuscation thing that happens when you have pixel sprite animations. Like how do you telegraph things in a very clear way without creating insane visual clutter? And they have some ways to get around this stuff, like the camera doesn't move, it stays in a fixed location on stage. And adding some like extra effects for certain actions in places where they weren't there in Smash. And things like that. But there's still a little bit of that pops up every once in a while. There can sometimes feel like there's a bit of homogeneity when it comes to some of the general stylisms of the game. I don't know how else to put that. Like general how am I going to put this? Like, the soundtrack kind of blends together after a while in that game. Some of the character designs kind of blend together after a while. Some of the general tactics that you'll use with most characters kind of blend together. Not all of them. I'm going to get to that later. But, you know, there's That's the stuff that I felt like in a sequel they could have very, very easily improved on, especially because they're moving to 3D models, which solves, like, I don't want to say every single one of those problems, but, like, pretty much all of them. Like, Rivals of Aether is the type of game that it's, like, on paper, you love. And then you play it and you have a couple nitpicks, but you still love it. Because they get the game feel 100% correct. So okay. Before release, they announced that this game was going to have blocking, it was going to have grabbing, and it was going to have ledges. Now, if you're anything like me, where probably your favorite part of Rivals of Aether 1 is that it doesn't have any of those things. This is a red flag. This is a red flag because it's like, are they going to try and just be another Smash game? Are they going to lose everything that makes them unique? Spoiler, no, but I'm going to get into that. What is maybe more important that they take from Smash, in a sense, is, and this is something that has been said publicly, kind of the goal of Rivals of Aether 2 was to, in their eyes, make it a more competitive game, and their way of doing that was slowing things down and adding additional counterplay to a lot of options that are available. And saying that they didn't like that Rivals of Aether 1 was a game that promoted so much mashing. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Mashing's fun. I'm going to be honest. All right. Mashing is fun to have in a game. Yes. In Rivals 1, you can get pretty far by holding forward and attacking. It's not an unbeatable strat, obviously. All you have to do is watch tournament gameplay to have evidence of that, right? It's not unbeatable. It is very good. It is very cool, very fun. And there's a lot of creativity to be able to do stuff, etc. They wanted to tone it down. And by doing that, hopefully that makes the game, A, more accessible, B, opens up to a wider audience, which, if we're being honest, what they actually mean is Smash players, right? Smash players who didn't want to learn a new game. They're trying to get the Smash players in, all right? Not that Smash players didn't already play Rivals of Aether 1, obviously, but you know. And I don't know. I had other points, but honestly, dude, that's it. Like, they said a bunch of shit, but that's really the two answers, okay? My filter's about to come off pretty soon. I gotta hold myself back. So the game still feels good. Okay, the game feels good. Yes, it does play slower, but it's not in a way that there's like distracting lag on shit, if that makes sense. It's like animations take longer to do everything, kind of, but without the loss of fluidity, which I think is arguably more important. It's just that it makes it much less of a reaction timing focused game, which honestly is something that I like, you know? It's good to not have to like totally 100% zoom in and focus when you're trying to lock in, right? If it's something that's explicitly reaction timing based, like a lot of Rivals of Aether 1 was, whatever. And there's certainly less of that in Rivals of Aether 2. That I actually liked. I thought I wasn't going to like. I did end up liking that. Some other... Okay. Let's talk first about those big three, and then I'll talk about the other shit they do, right? So their big three of ledges, grabbing, and blocking, right? When there was a shit storm happening when all that got announced, something that was said was by Dan the Man himself was we think that those big three are not core to the central identity of Rivals of Aether, but rather it is the character designs, and that's something that we hope to prove when we add these mechanics into the game, acknowledging that it's stuff that is more like Smash. Which, okay, sure. To his credit, these characters that were designed for a game without grabbing, without blocking, without ledges, transfer over to this new game very, very smoothly. Very smoothly. Without drastically changing their kits either. And to that extent, I think he's right. I think there's a definite unique flair that comes through with every character. And the creativity of the kits, I think, is, kind of what he's referring to there more than anything. Definitely shines through, especially with these mechanics in place, and then comparing it to the Smash characters basically up through the Brawl era, honestly, that are that a lot of them have the same moves, guys. Like, I don't know if that's still a controversial thing to say, but a lot of them generally have the same moves aside from their specials. Yes, they have different frame data properties, blah, blah, blah. But you know what I mean. Like, they do the same thing. You do a forward tilt with the first 50 characters in Smash, you know what it's going to do, right? But Rivals is not afraid to get gimmicky, but in a way, like, the gimmicks are things that are understandable, have clear counterplay, have clear visual design, and what I think is a plus, maybe some people wouldn't think is a plus, often involves stage control. Now, this is something that way back in the early days of Rivals 1, they did draw attention to. The fact that, I think it was the first two characters in Rivals 1 were Orcane and Zetterburn, right? So Zetterburn, he gets his passive stage control that you have to be careful of when he puts his fire down with his down B. And then Orcane has his puddle, obviously, which is like the stage control passive zoning tool that you have to respect. And that's something that extends to every character pretty much in Rivals for the most part, except like Ori and Shovel Knight, I guess. But like, it turns into eventually get into DLC like Sylvanos, who just fucking run across the ground and it makes your stage control for you, right? Like, they get kind of crazy with it eventually, but a lot of that is still transfers over very well. It's something that's understandable. It's something that gives each character kind of has a blend of enough options for rush down and anti-rush down, and zoning and mid-range options and stuff like that. Different ways to manipulate movement. All that is there. In a lot of ways, it's with like the slow down pace of the game, you almost appreciate it more, because it's less just like fucking zooming around mashing attacks. So that's kind of what they were getting at. So all right, okay. Okay, so now the actual implementation of the big three. Ledges. Okay, this is the part where I say, this is going to skip me talking for 40 minutes. Rivals of Aether 2 is not a sequel to Rivals of Aether 1, the 2015 game. It is a sequel to Project M, the Brawl mod from, I don't know what fucking year, 2009 is when I first heard about it. This is a sequel to Project M because everything kind of plays like PM. Like, everything kind of plays like PM is the simplest way to put it, except a little slower. And the thing is, PM's ledges, the way it handles it, it's like, yes, does it take out a lot of the most degenerate, like, fucking Jigglypuff, Sheik stalling on the ledge, fucking infuriating bullshit? Sure. But you're still able to go to the ledge and then ledge dash back on to do an invincible move. Like, the fact that is technically hard to do doesn't make it not fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Like, the fact that it's harder than Melee to do doesn't eliminate the fact that it's stupid. I it's frustrating because I thought they understood this. I thought this is something that they understood because they made Rivals of Aether 1. You know, it's the fact that like the ledges themselves are always going to cause some kind of degenerate shit, right? Because even without that, right? Okay, I'm getting too far ahead of myself. From the ledge, there's a dynamic that they create by having special ledge get-ups and certain options that one has to stop edge guarding versus stop recovery. And this is in every Smash game, right? Except like, you know, Smash 4, you basically can't edge guard, you can only ledge trap, but whatever. You know what I'm saying though. To counter this, there is an additional benefit that someone on the ledge gets, which is the option of the special get-up, which I'm trying to remember exactly what the counterplay was to. I know it's like laggier, but I think it's some shit like you can attack armor through it, or it doesn't do shield stun or something. I might be making that up. It's been a while since I played this game, if you can't tell. But whatever. A couple different trade-offs, but it's something to give the person on the ledge another option to keep just like passively standing in one place and covering options on reaction, which is dumb and bad, and kind of the reason why Rivals of Aether 1 gives you so many ways to recover high, because it creates a much more interesting dynamic to try and get on stage than like super watered down Oki, which is basically what that is. And it's like, so they band-aid it in a lot of ways, but the core problem is still kind of there. Like, people being able to do like rinse and repeat ledge trap like 100% coverage, you can still generally do that, like not perfectly, but you can still generally do that. It's just harder. The same thing with like the ledge dashing. You can still do it, it's just harder. And I really fucking hate this. This is why I'm talking about this for so long. I hate this fucking mentality for Smash players where like, well, you can just put broken shit in the game, but just make it hard and it's not broken. No, bro, that's not how that works. Like, have you ever fucking... how can anyone say this? That's a fucking Smash player especially. You're talking about, like, people have played Melee for 23 years. Like, how are we still saying people will never figure out how to do this? Like, come on, dude. How many rakes do you have to trip on? How many rakes do you have to trip on, bro? Yeah. Give Akuma 200 less health, exactly. So, whatever. That type of design philosophy, which was not present in Rivals of Aether 1, is here in Rivals of Aether 2. Why? I don't know. Okay. I do know, but I don't want to be too cynical because... I want to believe that these guys had a good heart making this game. I have no reason to think they don't. So I'm going to avoid being too mean. And the following criticisms that I'm going to say. But whatever. So that's ledges. Also, ledge hogging is in the game, which like... There's a mechanical balance to ledge hogging, sure. But, like, it's also lame. Like, this is another lesson that I thought they learned in Rivals 1, right? Because the purpose of it is to make it so that you can't just do the same brain dead, like, go out of this zone where you can't get hit by an attack without making a huge commitment. And the counterbalance to that is have ledge hogging as mechanics so you can seal the ledge if you know the exact timing of when they're going to get there. Okay, I understand the balancing function of that mechanic, but what physically happens in game is you are standing on stage waiting And then you have a QTE where you have to time grabbing the ledge at the right time. And then if you do, the game plays a wet fart SFX and the guy dies. Like, I mean, we were just talking about aesthetics with Guilty Gear not long ago. Yeah, like, nice fucking game feel, guys. Nice fucking game feel. Ledge hogging is awesome. There's got to be a better way to do that, man. There has to be a better way. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, this is... You know, you could certainly criticize the way Smash Ultimate handled this, but at least, like, the idea of giving characters moves that hit below the ledge with a bajillion active frames, at least you're hitting them with a move. You know what I mean? Like, at least you're hitting them with a move. So I digress. Ledges are still bad, and I don't like them. The game is balanced around it, but that doesn't mean I like it. Blocking and grabbing. Blocking's incredibly good. Like, insanely good. Okay? I thought this when I played the game in a demo, and I still think it. I think eventually this game... There's a lot of similarities I see between this game and Smash 4. And I know people don't want to hear that. There's a lot of differences this game has from Smash 4, obviously. But running up and blocking is very good. Like, it's really good, guys. Like, nothing has any shield stun or deals any shield damage except moves that are allowed to do shield damage, which is like shit that has 60 frame startup. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get hit by that. Like... Nothing's... and also, like, specific shield pressure setups that each character is allowed to have instead of just dynamically making that up yourself, but more on that in a second. It's... You know, it's generally riskless because wave dashing is pretty good, obviously. Jumping out of shield is pretty good, obviously. And just letting go of shield... Also, like, just letting go of shield on its own. Dude, there's only 5 frames of lag before you're active. Like, are you kidding? Are you kidding? That is way more generous than every Smash game. That is inexplicable to me. Like, you can punish with some gnarly shit if anyone hits you while you're blocking. Like, it's your block stun frames plus 5. And, like... Moves have startup in this game, might I remind you, because they slowed everything down. You know what I mean? Like, unless it's a fucking jab, things have startup in this game. They like try to teeter on the edge of reactive for a lot of their lights. So I don't know, man. And because blocking is so good, the way they balance this, and this is why I say Smash 4, they make grabs really, really, really good. Really good. Like, really good. It's... This is kind of how it works in Melee as well, where a grab is most characters' best combo starter. But, holy cow. Like, first of all, the grabs are a lot of characters' fastest option out of a dash and certainly out of blocking. Sometimes it'll be your Nair, your up smash, whatever, obviously. But it's fast. You can do it out of any state, pretty much. There's really not an insane amount of recovery compared to your actual normals because, once again, they made the game slower. It beats blocking, it beats crouch canceling. Gonna get to that later. And it's a better launcher than all your lights and your specials anyways. So why would you not just spam the shit out of this? Also, something that I wish a fucking Smash game besides PlayStation All-Stars, shoutouts to that game, would actually fix. You can grab people in the fucking air. So there's not even that penalty. So whatever. Grabs your combo starter. Not only that, not only does everyone have like favorable angles on their shit that makes it a good combo starter, and there's the normal pummel and special pummel, which like I'm gonna say it. It's a bad mechanic. I'm just gonna say it right now. I think whatever this meta progresses to will prove this to be true. I really don't think it's a good mechanic. And the reason why is very simple. In theory, this is a 50-50 between either you do your normal pummel on someone and you get to refresh their grab timeout window, so it allows you to chain grab them. And you also get a little bit of extra damage on them. Or you do a special pummel, which is unbelievably broken. Unbelievably broken. For, whatever effect. Most of the time you're dead if you get hit by that. Or you're taking a shit ton of percent. And also they get to throw you after that, right? So in theory, the way this works is instead of mashing out of a throw, they make it so that you option select based on what you are holding when the pummel comes, when the pummel animation starts for the other player. You are teching either the normal pummel or the special pummel, right? So in theory, if someone's just trying to spam special pummel all over and over every time that they grab you, well, just hold B, you tech special pummel, and then you get out of their throw, and then they get nothing out of the exchange. So if they're being predictable, they're not going to get anything. What actually happens is this is unreactable, because they can grab you and then buffer their pummel, which is pretty fucking fast. So you get grabbed and pummeled already before you are able to react to them hitting you with a grab in the first place. You know what I mean? So if you want to stop that special pummel coming from a dash across the screen, you actually have to be holding B. Like, when you're playing neutral, you have to be holding B. Or you get hit by this. Dash across the screen, special pummel as soon as you can. And then fucking choose where you're going to throw them. And this is where someone tells me that, like, that's not the best option every time, because if you special pummel, you give them reaction time to be able to DI. Are you going to tell me that Zetterburn isn't going to go for his special pummel every fucking time, dude? Are you going to tell me that? Are you really going to tell me that there's a reason for him to not do that every time? Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if they're doing perfect survival DI in after that forward throw, dude. Like, whatever. So I don't like it. And I agree, if they just slightly extended the grab startup animation, yeah, that would solve a lot of things. But that then makes blocking too strong, because making grabs that strong is explicitly their answer to making blocking that strong. And they want blocking to be strong because they hated that people mashed too much in Rivals of Aether 1, and they wanted to punish mashing. So yeah, there's that. Mashing is bad. I do appreciate that as well. Yeah. Have a couple other thoughts on stuff. I guess this is the crouch canceling section. But this is also the, I'm going to call it the moveset freedom section, because that's what it is. Crouch canceling is an ASDI down or floor hugging, whatever, should clarify, is not an unbeatable mechanic. Obviously, no one is saying it's an unbeatable mechanic. This is shit that has existed in Melee and PM, because this game's a sequel to PM, keep in mind, for over 20 years. But it is bad. And the reason why it's bad is because it knocks not only many characters in Melee's case, but no matter what game it's in, many moves just like out of viability in neutral. Because, once again, you have the ability to ASDI down out of everything. And at top level, what we have seen is that that is what's happening. Like, that is not a, like, theoretically in the future. That is like month 1 of the game. People are doing that. So, you know, either A, your move breaks crouch cancel. I'm going to use crouch cancel as a shorthand for ASDI down also. Either your move breaks CC, which, okay, you can just use that whenever. It doesn't break CC, but it has enough pushback, or you have enough drift if it's an aerial, that you are able to get out of the way of a punish for it, which, by the way, is still very restricting. It's still very restricting. I think people need to remember that, because that makes the spacing of your shit incredibly obvious. So that's still not great. So it's A or B, which A and B on most characters are like probably like a third of your kit. And then C, moves you are going to get punished on hit for. And it's just a shame, because I just got done talking about how well a lot of the uniqueness of all the characters' kits in this game were translated over from Rivals of Aether 1, and in a lot of ways are actually better, except you can't actually use the fucking moves, because you get punished on hit for everything. So what the fuck? But of course, you can't also just circumvent this by grabbing, because grabbing beats crouch canceling. So, there you go. Smash 4, for those that are curious. I don't hate that game as much as a lot of people, but you do see the same, like, 3 options used in neutral for, like, every character. Because you can't do anything else. You know, does that make for a healthy game? I don't know. Ask yourself, right? So it's I don't know, man. It's unfortunate. They are very actively uninterested in changing this, to the point where Dan is trolling people who complain about blocking and complain about CC on fucking blog posts and on his fucking X the Everything app account and stuff like that. So I don't know. That signals to me that this game is not for me. It is made for people who wanted a sequel to Project M, and a lot of the ways that played. And that's just kind of disappointing to me, man. Because Rivals of Aether, to me, more than anything else, was supposed to be like, it was supposed to be innovative, and it was supposed to be fresh, and it was supposed to not feel like it was confined by the traditions of Smash just because they are in Smash. Do they implement these mechanics better than a lot of Smash games? Yes. Does that make the mechanics good? No. And that's pretty much it, man. You can see these guys are smart. These guys understand how a lot of these Smash mechanics work and how to balance it. They get how to balance it, right? In a lot of ways, they get how to make stuff feel good. But in this one, they want to. It's like you can. It feels like they're being trapped by those big three a lot of the time, man. It kind of does. It feels like they're being trapped. And that kind of sucks. And one final thing. So Jem says earlier, if you're making a mechanic that only matters for top level, then what are you doing here? This is 1,000% how they think. And this is related to the idea of, like, they want Rivals of Aether 2 to be taken seriously as an esport. And, okay, the cynical part of me that has been an undertone is now becoming an overtone here. They think that in order to be taken as a serious game, they have to be more like Smash Brothers. And that's a fucking shame, dude. That's a fucking shame, dude. Because Rivals of Aether 1 is way more fun to play in a competitive setting than Smash Bros. It's a fucking shame. It's a fucking shame they have to do that. I'm sure they actually do like PM. You know, I don't doubt that a lot of this stuff actually was their creative vision back in the early 10s and whatever. But that sucks, dude. That sucks that Rivals of Aether 1 is considered an uncompetitive game because you can hold forward in it. You know what I mean, man? Because it's fun to play. That makes it uncompetitive. Like, for fuck's sakes, man. If we operated on that assumption, Smash would have never become a fucking esport in the first place. Because that shit was uncompetitive too until it wasn't. You know, so that sucks. And I guess that's what I'm going to end that on. That being said, it is a good Smash game, so I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10. There you go. I didn't lie, folks. Most negative 8 out of 10 you've ever heard. So that leaves me with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, a game that I did not play because I don't own a PS5. If I knew they were putting it on PC only a year after, I probably would have played it. I might still play it anyways. I don't know. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Obvious spoilers, by the way. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a sequel to the 2020 game Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is very explicitly not a remake of Final Fantasy VII, and that's the twist. Okay? That's the twist. You get to the ending of Final Fantasy VII Remake, in which there is a literal meta-narrative manifestation of fans that want the game to be exactly like Final Fantasy VII, and this is the final boss of the game that dies at the end. And then things seem very foreboding, and like shit is going to go very wrong. And then there is a promise that things are going to be different, and then credits roll. And then you say, okay, sure. I guess, you know, there's probably some cool stuff that they could do. And then, in the middle of the credits, Zack Fair comes back to life. Okay? And if you know anything about Final Fantasy VII, you're like, what? What just happened? Excuse me? So it is that part in the post-credits that led to 4 years of people talking online about Final Fantasy VII Remake and discourse. And every conversation that could ever be had about that game has been had at this point, pretty much. It feels like. Probably not, actually. But this leads into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And in this one, the it's me on Discord. In this one, the question that has been on everyone's mind, not only since Final Fantasy VII Remake, but since Final Fantasy VII Remake was first announced in at E3 2015, I believe it was, or 16 maybe, was a very simple question. Is Aerith going to die this time? Very simple question, right? And this game is very painfully aware of that question, in many many ways. So I'm gonna get to that. Okay, so this game got nominated for a bunch of shit at the Game Awards this year, right? I can't blame them. I can't blame them, especially best soundtrack, like easily deserved win. Like there's some absolutely incredible tracks in this fucking game, man. And the scope of the game is absolutely stupid, dude. Like the person I was watching go through this game, they were saying like the line they used was, "This actually feels like the first PS1 RPG since the HD era," you know? Because once the HD era happened, game dev times get longer, game sizes get bigger, and something's got to go. And for the most part, it was a lot of the extraneous, dumb fluff shit would get cut, and then that resource allocation thing would continually be a problem into perpetuity. But this game, the scope kind of like feels seemingly endless in a way that is very impressive in 2024 for sure. You got to give it credit for that. Definitely got to give it credit. And obviously it looks great. Like when Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, those were probably like the best looking human character models in any video game, or certainly up there. And Rebirth is like pretty much the same, of course, but still holds up. And there's a lot of scenarios are really cool. So they have ideas for ways to put a spin on the events that occurred during the game. Some of them are, much like in Remake, are like kind of think that's worse, or like maybe you're missing the point, but some of them are cool. Like there's some additions that are pretty cool, and they add to things, and it's some stuff is like maybe a little more like fan servicey than others, but either way, it's additions that like at worst are like mild grumblings from me, and at best it's like that's a really good idea. But that kind of goes against the idea of this game, right? And that's kind of where I land, because for all of the nonsense in this game, and I use nonsense in a this is not the word I'm looking for, but a kind way, the good shit nonsense, right? The good shit and the bad shit nonsense. When you really, really boil it all down, right? You get to the ending of this game, I enter Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, in which most of Remake was an expansive retelling of what happens in the original 1997 game, but with the extra meta-narrative element added on top to add some intrigue. But then there was a promise that things were going to change. And now, after Rebirth, going into the third game, I think that third game is just going to loosely cover the events of the last third of the 1997 video game. And to me, that's a total failure. Like, the ending of this game is, for all intents and purposes, like, again, in terms of mechanical details, like, I'm sure there's people that are screaming out their monitor right now, like, you don't get it, all the shit that's going on in the background with, like, I'm going to get to Aerith in a second. Fucking, everything that's going on with all of the Cloud and which Sephiroth is the real Sephiroth and all this fucking shit. But, like, but this game is fucking cowardly, dude. This game is fucking cowardly because they promised to do something insane. They promised some fucking subversive ass storytelling. Okay, you gotta understand. Anything is possible. They were telling you that very explicitly, and then you go through Rebirth, and then you pretty much replay through the events of the second half of Final Fantasy VII 1997 video game. And you might be saying, well, hold up, isn't Zack alive? Zack doesn't do anything in this game. Oh, he shows up, sure. But at the end of the day, he doesn't do anything. He ends where he starts. How is that even fucking possible? I don't know. How is that even possible? I don't know, dude. I don't know. With the power of fucking multiverses is how it's possible. You know, I have a lot that I can say, but I yes, that is what I'm about to say, Jeff. So let's talk about Aerith, right? This is the part that everyone's been waiting for since 2015. Are they going to do it? And especially, you get to the end of Remake, they say anything can change. They make Aerith is the only character in the game besides Sephiroth that is aware that there are changes in the timeline occurring. And a lot of times it's like Aerith is purposely withholding information, depending on who she's around and what type of situation she's in. And sometimes she'll like let something slip that indicates like, you're not supposed to know that's supposed to happen right now. What's going on here? Right? There's a lot of that they had going on. So there's that, and there's the bold-faced letters. Things are going to change in this version of the game, which ends up not happening. But you, well, it kind of does, but kind of doesn't, right? So everyone's kind of thinking, are they going to have Aerith live? Because, boy, you want to talk about video game culture? That is a video game death that is obviously extremely memorable, and at the time, people were trying to like they were wondering if there was a way to have her not die. You know, like that is some real stuff. So it's a weird like wrap around like fan service thing, even though it's like, you know, people at this point realize it's what the death is what matters and stuff, I guess. But like, oh, what if it's like, you know, it circles back to, oh my gosh, she doesn't. Anyways, during the game, about at least like 100,000 times, Aerith is in scenes where she says shit like, talks about things that she wants to do for the rest of her lives, and other characters will be like, Aerith, I'm glad that you're around, and I'm glad that I'm able to be with you, and stuff like that. And then there'll be like Aerith like fucking. I might be making this up, but I think there's a scene where she literally looks at the camera and starts talking about like how life is meaningful and we shouldn't throw it away. I'm like, okay, guys, like, so they know, much like they knew in Remake with the Whispers, right? They know. Then you get to the scene, and she's kneeling down and praying. And Cloud shows up, and Sephiroth is falling from the sky, as he does. Except this time, Cloud blocks his sword. But then he doesn't block it. Oh, but then he does. Oh, but then Aerith just goes away. Oh, but then she's back, but then she's dead now. Oh, but then she's alive, and then she's dead. And the whole time they're like glitching into. Again, I don't really care what the mechanical explanation is. Is it different fucking multiverses? Is it Cloud fucking hallucinating? I don't care. I don't care. The game doesn't give me a reason to care, so I don't care. Okay? I cared when I thought that they were going to change anything about this game, but I don't care. So effectively, Aerith is written out of the plot, even though they're not going to say if she's dead or not. Which, by the way, what the fuck? Like, come on, guys. Like if there is one scene that you should probably just kind of like generally redo it and have it be with, 2020's HD models, it's probably the most iconic scene in that fucking game, and like up there in video game history. Maybe that's the one you should have kept, but they don't keep it. So whatever. This happens, and then Cloud has some fucking bullshit that happens. I don't even know how to describe it besides saying some bullshit that happens. And then you end up fighting Sephiroth again. You're fighting Sephiroth for the second time in this game. And are either of them the real Sephiroth? Again, I don't care. So you're fighting Sephiroth the second time at the end of this game, because you also fought him at Remake. And then Aerith shows up to be your party member, and then Aerith and Cloud beat Sephiroth, and then Sephiroth says some shit about like, oh, I didn't expect that, Aerith. You're one step ahead of me in this 19-dimensional chess game. And I'm like, this game sucks. This game sucks, man. Like, a lot of things about it don't suck. But I kind of, like, I came out of Remake thinking, like, what a interesting idea, a genuine risk in the AAA space in video games in the 2020s of, like, you have the most slam dunk opportunity ever to remake a property that people have wanted remade forever, widely considered one of the greatest games of all time, and then you do that, and then you actually use that as an artistic statement to tell your fans that the old game is there. Instead, we're going to give you something new with the characters that you like, and you're going to like it. Very bold decision, and I liked just the fact that was committed to so much that I was so on board. And then they proceed to just not do that, and then they repeat the same ending for the next game. Go fuck yourself, dude. What's even the point then? What is the point? What is the point? This is the worst meeting in the middle bullshit like ever. At this point, genuinely, I would have rather they just did a straight remake. Because at least at that point, you can say, like, if you've never played FF7, play this one. Right? I don't know, dude. But this sucks. Like, what's gonna happen at the ending of the game? Oh, Sephiroth is defeated and fucking whatever. Hopefully they're gonna have that scene with fucking Red 13 still to close it out. Maybe, I mean, I would think so. And I don't know. That's it. I mean, that's the same thing that happens in the 1997 video game. Like, I don't know. And then Xigbar will show up. That's very true, BP. Xigbar will show up, and then he takes off his hood. Xigbar will show up. To tease for FF7 Remake Part 4. Yep. So that's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That's the stream, everyone. It looks like we have some discourse on on Rebirth. I know Jem has feelings for sure, so I'll talk about that and then leave this in the VOD before we move on. But that's pretty much all I have. It sucks, dude, because like how do you kill my interest in the third game this bad? And it's not because like it's like it's not like a total fucking botch job. You know what I mean? It's like the scenes that happen, you compare a lot of the reimagined scenes to the original FF7, and once again, in my opinion, at worst it gets like maybe a couple nitpicky things, but that's all right. But it's the general vision of the whole thing at this point of like it's cowardly. It's cowardly. It's not bold and artistic like I thought a game ago. I thought this is chicken shit stupid. And I see no interesting way that they can write themselves into it actually being what they promised at this point. And so you have the people who actually wanted a remake that feel like they've been duped. And then you have the people like me who feel like they've been duped. Both. So, I don't know. Hopefully for the people that still like Rebirth, they're not going to get duped in the third game, because that would suck. But I kind of don't know what's interesting anymore that's left here at this point. Yeah. I don't know what's left that's interesting anymore. Because, like, yes, you are going to get a, like, 15-phase boss fight against Sephiroth again, and it's going to look cool, and it's going to be well choreographed, well directed. But for what? You know? For what? How, like... And I don't get how you do that, man. It's such a beloved game, such a beloved franchise, and it's like, I don't care. It's crazy. It's disappointing in that way. Jem says, don't you love how every counter of Sephiroth means less than the last one because they blew the one-winged angel bid boss fight in fucking Midgar? Yeah, so truthfully, even at the time, I kind of didn't like that either, just because of the thought of, well, what are they going to do now? And they do up the ante in Rebirth, to their credit, and they, like I said, they are probably going to up the ante again in the third game. But I don't know, man. Like, if I'm making that game, I understand saying we have to have a Sephiroth boss fight in this game because it's Final Fantasy VII. Therefore, Sephiroth has to be there, or people are gonna get pissed off. But like, they already don't care about people being pissed off. I think that should have actually been my first warning flag. Now that I think about it, because if they actually didn't care about people being mad, like they kept saying over and over again, they wouldn't have done that. But clearly they did because they chicken shit out of it. But by the way, I didn't even mention they changed how the fucking whispers work in Rebirth because they thought Aerith knowing too much was hard to write around, I guess. Or like maybe they changed direction to get rid of a lot of the divergences or something. But yeah, that shit's terrible. Jem says, the biggest thing about a remake as an idea is that FF7 is the worst possible game to do this to. I've had close friends tell me flat out, I will not play the original, I'll play remake instead. I can't stand how the original looks. People wanted an FF7 remake because they wanted to be accessible, and they just couldn't do it. Yes, an FF7 original, while it is still a good game, it has certainly some dated design choices, right? I mean, count how many seconds it takes from initiating an overworld encounter to before you get done with your first turn. I'm just saying, take a timer out, because it's ugly in that department, right? There's certainly some problems, and the models, you know, like some people just fucking hate that look. Personally, I could give or take it, but yeah, like I get what you're saying. It is a game that probably it's been released a bajillion times, re-released a bajillion times, and you know, there's been like flat resolution upscaling and all that crap. But there would be purpose to an actual like no really a remake as well. Okay, I guess that is the end of the VOD.